Private Herbert Aaron. Lance Corporal Francis R. Abbey. Sergeant Thomas William Abbey. Private Owen Charles Walter Abbis. Private John Abbott. Lance Corporal John Henry William Abbott. Sapper Joseph Noel Abbott. Private Norman Frederick Abbott. Private Thomas Abbott. Private William James Abbott. Private George Abdul. Private Henry William Abel. Private John J. Abel. Warrant Officer First Class Percy Donald Abel. Captain Richard John Frederick Abel. Lance Sergeant Eric Evan Abel. Lance Corporal Stanley Morris Abnett. Private Emil Abraham. Private James Henry Abraham. Private Richard George Abrahamovitz. Private Christian Abrahams. Rifleman Joseph Abrahams. Private Raphael Abrahams. Private Albert Joseph Abram. Private Douglas Abram. First Officer Harry Leo Abrin. Private Stuart Francis Thomas Atchison. Private Lloyd Mitchell Acker. Private Herbert Ackerley. Fusilier Joseph Thomas Ackerley. Guardsman Rafe Ackerley. Lieutenant Basil Norman Ackland. Sergeant Horace John Ackerman. Lieutenant William Thomas Acton. Private Herrick Robin Adair. Pilot Officer Robert Knox Adam. Corporal William Harcombe Adam. Bombardier Arthur M. Adams. Gunner Charles Edward Adams. Sapper David Adams. Private Desmond Adams. Private Eric Adams. Private Eric Adams. Private Frederick Adams. Private George Adams. Private George Adams. Sergeant Henry William Adams. Lance Sergeant Herbert Adams. Corporal John Adams. Corporal John Richard Adams. Private John Robert Adams. Private John Wesley Adams. Lance Corporal Joseph Adams. Private Kenneth Adams. Private Leonard John Adams. Lieutenant Lloyd Adams. Sapper Maxwell Gilder Adams. Lieutenant Richard Algar Adams. Private Ronald Frank Millard Adams. Lieutenant Sidney Alexander Armstrong Adams. Private Stephen Herbert Adams. Corporal Thomas Adams. Major Trayton Ernest Martin Adams. Lieutenant Wilbert Douglas Adams. Rifleman William Charles Adams. Lieutenant William George Adams. Private William Stanley Adams, Private Murray Adams Acton, Trooper John Sharp Adamson, Sapper Robert Fortescue Adamson, Rifleman Russell Kenneth Adamson, Rifleman Willis Melbourne Adcock, Private John Allen Addy, Lance Sergeant Richard William Addington, Corporal Cyril Abraham Addis, Corporal William Addis, Lance Bombardier Charles Wilfrid Addison, Private Robert William Addison, Trooper Archie Adelman, Private James Arthur Frederick Addes, Fusilier Dedwyth Douglas Adlam, Private George David Adset, Private Henry John Agambar, Private Harry Agar, Trooper Stanley Masters Agar, Lance Corporal Ronald Herbert Agar, Gunner Ronald Edward Agus, Major Andrew Quentin Agnew, Private Jack Roy Agata, Flight Sergeant Donald Algernon Joseph Ahern, Private Lionel Thomas Ahir, Private Knut Emmanuel Alstrom, Lieutenant William Aikenhead, Captain John Basil Brockwell Amers, Private Harry Ainscough, Trooper Alan Francis Ainsworth, Major Charles James Ainsworth, Trooper Jack Ainsworth, Private Kenneth Roy Ainsworth, Corporal Robert Aird, Sergeant Herbert Stanley Airy, Corporal Wilbert Russell Earhart, Private Thomas Airley, Private Cyril Astrop, Gunner Ernest Astrop, Major Hugh Thomas Aitchison, Private John Aitchison, Leading Aircraftman Fredo Aitchison, Captain Henry Gordon Aitken, Lieutenant John Alexander Aitken, Major Kenneth Aitken, Private Thomas David Aitken, Sapper Thomas Edmund Aitken, Sergeant William Aitken, Driver William Brown Aitken, Trooper John MacDonald Aitkenhead, Private Floyd Duncan Aitkenhead, Private Robert King Crow Ackroyd, Corporal Dennis Belmont Akers, Lance Corporal Ernest Albert Akers, Private Herbert Llewellyn Alland, Rifleman Sulo W. Alanan, Trooper Jacques Albala, Private Alexis Albert, Gunner Valmont J. Albert, Private Eric Albiston, Signalman Oscar Albrecht, Corporal Leslie Albrighton, Sergeant Henry Edward Albrow, Private George Henry Alcock, Lance Corporal Harry Alcock, Private John Alcock, Private Thomas Alcock, Guardsman Thomas Alcock, Private William Henry Alcock, Lance Corporal Andrew Alcorn, Private James Alder, Private Charles Frederick Alderman, Rifleman Gilbert Alderman, Private Douglas Horace Aldersley, Lance Bombardier Headley George Alderson, Private Thomas Alderson, Gunner Francis Alderton, Driver William Thomas Aldous, Private John Aldred, Captain Herbert Brereton Aldrich, Private Elwyn Charles Aldridge, Private Kenneth Charles Aldridge, Captain Peter Mester Aldridge, Private Sidney Aldridge, Private William Aldwin, Major John Richard St. Ledger Aldworth, Lance Corporal William Charles Ali, Major Wyndham Basil Allers Hankey, Sapper Anthony Wilfrid Alexander, Private Bernard Percy Joseph Alexander, Sergeant Christopher Noel Alexander, Lieutenant Douglas Forsyth Alexander, Lance Sergeant Francis James Alexander, Rifleman George Alexander, Lieutenant George Murdoch Alexander, Private Gilbert Alexander, Private James Alexander, Corporal John McCausland Alexander, Private Leslie Frederick Alexander, Bombardier Major Alexander, Second Lieutenant Peter Alexander, Private Philip Alexander, Sergeant Thomas Edward Alexander, Private Vincent Cecil Alexander, Lance Corporal Alexander Alexis, Private Gordon Alford James Alford, Private James Alford, Lance Corporal Robert Richard Walter Alford, Private Cloyd Olga, Gunner Raymond Alex, Private Joseph Felix Edmund Alain, Guardsman William Alam, Private Alexander Allen, Fusilier Frederick Edward Allen, Private Gordon MacLean Allen, Private James Allen, Corporal Lawrence Reed Allen, Private Robert Allen, Lance Corporal Thomas Alfred Allen, Private William Allen, Private William Allen, Corporal William John Allen, Private Albert Claude Allard, Bombardier Dennis Allard, Private Paul Allard, Lieutenant Rail Edward Allard, Trooper Michael Albrook, Private Leonard John Alchin, Private John Allchurch, Private Harry Alcock, Private Samuel Hugh Aldrit, Private Albert Allen, Private Alfred Allen, Private Alfred Harry Allen, Trooper Arthur Gordon Allen, Captain Carlton Allen, Sergeant Charles Martin Allen, Corporal Clifford Allen, Private Clifford George Albert Allen, Private Frank Allen, Private Frederick Herbert Allen, Trooper Frederick James Allen, Private George Edward Allen, Trooper George John Albert Allen, Private Henry William George Allen, Private John Allen, Private John Alfred Allen, Private John Arthur Allen, Private John Bailey Allen, Second Lieutenant John Isherwood Allen, Private John James Allen, Gunner John James Allen, Lieutenant John Lintill Aborn Allen, Corporal John Richard Allen, Private John Wilfred Allen, Private Leonard Allen, Private Leslie Allen, Private Philip Allen, Lance Corporal Philip Norman Allen, Private Raymond Joseph Allen, Private Reginald Harold Allen, Private Robert Allen, Private Robert Anthony Allen, Corporal Robert Harold Allen, Private Ronald McLaren Allen, Lance Corporal Sidney Arthur Allen, Guardsman Stanley Ernest George Allen, Private Stanley George Ernest Allen, Private Stanley Rowland Allen, Lieutenant William George Henry Allen, Sergeant William Moore Allen, Guardsman Willie Allen, Flying Officer Allen, Private Francis Douglas Allenby, Corporal of Horse Frank Lawrence Allenby, Private James Allenby, Private George Earl Alley, Lance Corporal Henry Nisley Allenott, Sergeant Alexander Allison, Sergeant John Allison, Private John Allison, Private John Albert Allison, Gunner Lionel George Arthur Allison, Private Lyle Melbourne Allison, Flying Officer Leonard Ralph Allman, Lieutenant Alistair MacDonald Allnut, Sergeant Frederick John Allsop, Private Frederick Thomas Allsop, Private Charles James Allam, Rifleman Harold Edward Allam, Corporal Olaf G. Alm, Fusilier George Frederick Almond, Lieutenant George Alfred Altas. Trooper Calvin Alton. Signalman Patrick Melico Alvarado. Sergeant Dennis Amato. Private Frederick Ambler. Private Robert Joseph Ambler. Private Stephen Ambler. Gunner Wilfrid Ambler. Guardsman Robert Ambrose. Gunner Oliver Raymond Ament. Fusilier John James Ames. Private Kenneth Albert Amis. Private Joseph Amison. Sergeant Douglas William Amis. Gunner Lorenzo Amodio. Corporal Robert Charles Amond. Private George Frederick Amos. Private Honore Amos. Private James Alfred Amphlett. Corporal Alan Lewis Anderson. Marine Albert Anderson. Private Alexander Mackintosh Anderson. Lance Corporal Alfred Ernest Anderson. Rifleman Berger George Anderson. Private Carl Russell Anderson. Lieutenant Cecil Hackett Anderson. Corporal Charles E. Anderson. Private David Anderson. Gunner Dennis James Thomas Anderson. Sergeant Edmund Dawson Anderson. Guardsman Edmund Noel Anderson. Lieutenant Edwin Walter Anderson. Corporal Ewan Viali Anderson. Private Frederick Brigham Anderson. Private George Anderson. Sergeant George John Anderson. Trooper George Thomas Anderson. Sergeant Gordon E. Anderson. Private Harold Anderson. Gunner Harold Anderson. Rifleman Harry Earl Anderson. Private Henry Anderson. Fusilier Henry Hope Anderson. Private Ivan Henry Anderson. Private James Phillips Anderson. Trooper James Walton Bell Anderson. Private James William Anderson. Lance Sergeant John Anderson. Private John Anderson. Sergeant John Gordon Anderson. Private John Herman Anderson. Lance Corporal John Ross Ian Anderson. Private Joseph Charles Anderson. Private Lawrence Peter Anderson. Private Leonard Frederick Anderson. Private Leonard Melvin Anderson. Private Louis Anderson. Rifleman Patrick Louis Anderson. Private Peter Thomas Garfield Anderson. Private Richard F. Anderson. Private Richard Harold Anderson. Trooper Robert Anderson. Gunner Robert Fraser Anderson. Driver Robert James Anderson. Private Robert Thompson Anderson. Sapper Seth Burt Anderson. Private Thanning Carl Anderson. Craftsman Thomas Anderson. Sergeant Thomas Anderson. Corporal Thomas Billings Anderson. Sapper Thomas Kelly Anderson. Flight Lieutenant Thomas Robert Bowden Anderson. Lieutenant Trevor Alexander Shaw Anderson. Bombardier Victor Anderson. Private Walter Bartley Anderson. Lance Sergeant William Anderson. Private William Anderson. Sergeant William Anderson. Private William Anderson. Driver William Anderson. Sergeant William Anderson. Private William Alexander Anderson. Private William Bell Anderson. Trooper William Cunningham Anderson. Flight Lieutenant William Fraser Anderson. Private Eric Anderton. Warrant Officer First Class Frederick Charles Anderton. Sergeant Arnold Richard Andrews. Trooper David Andrews. Private John Andrew. Captain John Rankin Andrew. Private Sidney Herbert Andrew. Flight Sergeant William Ronald Andrew. Trooper William Thomas Andrew. Lance Sergeant John Thomas Andrews. Fusilier Albert Harold Andrews. Private Alfred Ernest Andrews. Sergeant Bertram Harold Andrews. Captain Ellis Goldwyn Andrews. Private Irvin Andrews. Private Frederick William Andrews. Private Herbert Edgar Floyd Andrews. Corporal Kenneth George Andrews. Private Reginald Andrews. Private Robert Lawrence Andrews. Private Ronald Arthur Andrews. Private William Andrews. Trooper William Little Andrews. Private William Andriuski. Lance Corporal Stephen Andronic. Private Edward George Ange. Private Harold Sandford Angel. Private Norman George Angel. Private Bernard George Angel. Private Dennis Raymond Angel. Petty Officer James Angel. Private James Albert Edward Anglin. Private Jack Anglem. Private Benjamin Nelson Angus. Gunner Ernest Murray Angus. Private James Alexander Angus. Pilot Officer Walter Patterson Angus. Private Frederick Ankers. Private Arthur Hugh Annett. Trooper Elgin John Annis. Private Robert William Annis. Corporal Wilmont Lester Annis. Private Frank Thomas Anscombe. Trooper Henry Edward George Ansell. Private James Jack Ansell, Private Reginald Ansell, Marine Ronald Edwin Ansell, Private Thomas Ansell, Private William George Ansell, Corporal Charles Edward Anslow, Private Raymond Douglas Anslow, Private Stanley Frederick Anslow, Private Thomas Frederick Anslow, Sapper Alfred Charles Anson, Private Fred Anstey, Lance Corporal Cecil E. Anthony, Private Jack Eric Anthony, Private John Anthony, Private Ronald Elgar Anthony, Fusilier Roy Anthony, Fusilier Stephen Gordon Anthony, Gunner Robert Antonoli, Private Frank Edward Antoniak, Private Thomas Anthony, Major Thomas Doherty Agnon, Sergeant Henry William Aparicio, Private Albert Cecil Applin, Private Frank Carter Appleby, Major John Trevor Middleton Appleby, Sergeant Wilfrid Alfonso Cyrene Appleby, Group Captain Charles Henry Appleton, Private Ernest Allen Appleton, Gunner Leonard Percy Appleton, Lieutenant Roy Appleton, Driver Roy John Appleton, Sergeant Edward Appleton Bach, Trooper Ernest Appleyard, Lance Corporal Frank Appleyard, Signalman Dennis Wilfrid Apps, Trooper Walter Edward Apps, Rifleman William Robert Apted, Second Lieutenant Shirley East Apthorpe, Private John Emmanuel Arapis, Gunner Oren Thomas Arbo, Warrant Officer Second Class Abram Arbor, Corporal Engelbert Arbor, Private James Fleming Spears Arbuckle, Major Sir Robert Dalrymple Arbuthnot, Lieutenant Michael Mervyn Lyon Archdale, Captain Warwick Henry Archdale, Gunner Albert Thomas Archer, Trooper Charles Archer, Corporal George Archer, Lance Sergeant George William Richard Archer, Private Hazen Percy Archer, Lieutenant John Mervyn Archer, Sergeant John Thomas Archer, Private John William Archer, Private Leonard Thomas Archer, Lance Corporal Walter Henry Archer, Private Andrew Archibald, Rifleman Andrew Archibald, Private Arnold Richard Archibald, Sergeant Albert George Arculus, Private Leonard Armitage Ardeal, Lance Corporal Hans Arenstein, Private Arthur Edward Argyle, Trooper Edward John George Arris. Private Wilfrid Gordon Arkless. Lieutenant Godfrey Peter Dalton Arkwright. Gunner William Eric Arkwright. Rifleman Walter Elijah Arledge. Corporal Henry Arthur Arlott. Corporal Linton Charles Armitage. Lieutenant William Roy Armour. Lance Corporal Arthur Armers. Corporal Milton Armfield. Lance Corporal Robert Armitt. Private Albert Henry Armitage. Private Edward Armitage. Trooper Herbert Armitage. Sergeant James Armitage. Private John Nathaniel Armitage. Corporal Joseph Armitage. Rifleman Sidney Ernest Armitage. Private Walter Armitage. Private William Armitage. Corporal Benjamin Herbert Armour. Private John Patrick Armour. Sergeant Francis Richard Armsby. Private Joseph Armson. Private Alroy John Armstrong. Lance Sergeant Angus Armstrong. Rifleman Bernard Armstrong. Private Darrell Lee Armstrong. Lieutenant David Booth Armstrong. Sergeant Derek Souter Armstrong. Trooper Eric Sidney John Armstrong. Private Ernest Armstrong. Captain Ernest William Armstrong. Sapper Frederick Armstrong. Signalman Frederick James Armstrong. Private John Armstrong. Signalman John Herbert Armstrong. Private Leo Campbell Armstrong. Sapper Percy Kenneth Armstrong. Private Raymond Oland Armstrong. Corporal Richard Leonard Armstrong. Private Robert Turnbull Armstrong. Private Stanley William Armstrong. Private Thomas Armstrong. Private William Armstrong. Trooper William Armstrong. Lance Corporal William Curry Armstrong. Sergeant Herbert William Arne. Sapper Wilfrid Arnell. Trooper Harry Arno. Private Edward Albert Arnold. Private Francis David Arnold. Private Frank Arnold. Corporal Gilbert Barrington Arnold. Fusilier Harry Arnold. Private John Clinton Yaxley Arnold. Private Lionel Frank Arnold. Private Peter Lonsdale Arnold. Lance Sergeant Sidney John Arnold. Trooper Walter Henry Arnold. Private Harry Arnott. Private Arthur Ernest Arnsdorf. Private Flawn Arnson. Corporal Albert Thomas Arrowsmith. Private Alfred Arsenault. Gunner Camille Joseph Arsenault. Private Emile Arsenault, Private George William Arsenault, Private Joseph Frank Arsenault, Lance Corporal Joseph Ralph Arsenault, Sapper Saul Alfie Arsenault, Lance Corporal Edmund Arsenault, Private Herbert Arstall, Corporal Gerald Arthrell, Corporal Derrick Gordon Bassett Arthur, Private Howard Rex Arthur, Private Kenneth Arthur, Lance Corporal William Henry Arthur, Lieutenant Rafe Bernard Arthurs, Lance Sergeant Robert John Arthurs, Lieutenant John Michael Arundel, Private Francis Robert William Arundel, Private Albert Asbury, Trooper Leslie Asbury, Lance Corporal Leslie Clarence Ascough, Lance Sergeant Rafe Ash, Corporal Sidney Ash, Corporal Sidney George Ash, Private Trevor Edward Ashcroft, Major William Gilmore Ashcroft, Trooper Henry Ashdown, Lance Bombardier James Herbert Ashdown, Private John Richard Ashdown, Private Sidney Ernest Buster Ashdown, Private Ivan Herbert Ash, Sergeant Alexander Kellas Asher, Sergeant Eric Victor Asher, Corporal George Reginald Ashford, Lance Corporal Herbert Ashford, Trooper Peter Ashford, Private Roger Alfred Edward Ashford, Trooper Stanley Cecil Ashley, Sergeant Sidney Ashman, Private William Richard Ashmead, Lance Corporal Frederick Ashmore, Private Walter Ashmore, Private William Thomas Ashmore, Sergeant Gerald John James Ashpole, Sapper Almeric Edward Ashton, Guardsman Arnold Ashton, Sub-Lieutenant Bruce Valentine Ashton, Lance Sergeant Cecil Robert Ashton, Private Charles Ashton, Trooper Cyril Ashton, Corporal Eric James Ashton, Sergeant Harry Ashton, Corporal Squire Ashton, Lance Corporal William James Ashton, Bombardier Frank Ashurst, Private Charles Ashworth, Signalman Frederick Bertram Ashworth, Corporal James Robert Ashworth, Trooper John Robert Ashworth, Corporal Milton Ashworth, Private William Ashworth, Corporal Alfred Askew, Private Arthur Askew, Fusilier Gerald Askew, Flying Officer Richard Gainford Askew, Private George Leonard Askey, Private William Ascombe, Private Ivor Edward Askill, Gunner Cyril Delisle Askin, Private John Frederick Aslett, Private Fred Arnold Aspden, Sergeant James Henry Aspden, Gunner William George Aspden, Rifleman Aspden, Lance Corporal Robert Osborne Aspel, Corporal Edwin Aspin, Guardsman Geoffrey Thomas Aspinall, Fusilier George William Aspinall, Private Lawrence Percy Aspinall, Sergeant Moisey Aspiros, Private Gerald Basil Aspler, Lieutenant Hayden Charles Asselin, Private Charles Assiter, Gunner Harry Aston, Sapper Norman Astle, Lieutenant Kenneth Joseph Horn Astles, Private Benjamin Aston, Private Edward David Aston, Rifleman John Wallace Aitchison, Sapper Brian Charles Atherton, Sergeant James Milne Atherton, Driver John Atherton, Lieutenant Colonel John Wynne Atherton, Corporal Joseph Atherton, Sapper Joseph William Atherton, Pilot Officer Thomas Atherton, Marine William Temperley Atherton, Sapper Henry Aythorne, Warrant Officer 2nd Class Charles Edward Atkin, Lieutenant Leslie Thomas Atkin, Captain Paul Harry Crofton Atkins, Private Ronald Atkins, Private Charles William Atkinson, Lieutenant Dennis St. John Batty Atkinson, Trooper Derek Peter Atkinson, Flight Sergeant Edward Harry Frederick Atkinson, Gunner Fred Rowland Atkinson, Corporal Frederick William Atkinson, Leading Aircraftman George Thomas Atkinson, Private Glenn Atkinson, Bombardier James Edward Atkinson, Trooper James Edward Atkinson, Trooper John Atkinson, Warrant Officer 2nd Class John Atkinson, Private John William Atkinson, Private Kenneth Austin Atkinson, Lance Sergeant Leonard Atkinson, Corporal Leslie Clifford Atkinson, Lieutenant Robert Norman Atkinson, Rifleman Robert Rimmer Atkinson, Sergeant Samuel Sloane Atkinson, Lieutenant Stephen Heathcote Atkinson, Sergeant Thomas Norman Atkinson, Gunner Thomas Theophilus Atkinson, Gunner Thomas William Atkinson, Private Walter Atkinson, Driver William Arthur Atkinson, Private John Atterby, Private Robert George Attew, Corporal Walter Stanley Attew, Corporal James Leslie Joseph Attle, Private Shelton Attlee, Sergeant James George Attry, Fusilier Cyril Herbert William Attrill, Private George Albert Attridge, Signalman John Godwin Attrill, Sergeant Lloyd George Atwater, Private Frederick Benjamin Atwood, Trooper George William Atwood, Trooper Leonard George Atwood, Private Richard Dudley Atwood, Gunner John Crawford Atty, Corporal Oriel J. Orby, Private Joseph Ernest Albert Orbin, Lance Corporal Windsor James Aubrey, Private Thomas Collins Auchincloss, Private William Auchinvaux, Gunner Jean-Jacques Auclair, Private Harry Orcott, Private Edgar John Audette, Craftsman Robert Joseph Audette, Lance Corporal William Audley, Rifleman Nathaniel Auerbach, Svobodnik Otto Auffarber, Private Donald Allen Augustine, Private Albert Alt, Private John Alt, Private Jean-Marie Joseph Oriat, Sapper Albert Edwin Austin, Leading Seaman Alistair Charles Austin, Lieutenant Ambrose Theodore Wentworth Austin, Private Charles Munro Austin, Private Kenneth Irving Austin, Sergeant Leslie Austin, Lieutenant Robert Elliot Austin, Private William Austin, Private Frederick Orty, Gunner Alfonso Avery, Lance Corporal Charles William Avery, Gunner Clayton Sawyer Avery, Guardsman Cyril Henry Avery, Private John Avery, Able Seaman Roy Charles Frederick Avery, Guardsman Alfred Joe Axon, Private James Llewellyn Axon, Trooper Edward Jack Axtell, Driver Morton Thomas Ayres, Captain William Henry Beedham Ayres, Corporal George Sidney Frank Ayling, Private Reginald R. Ayling, Private Matthew Aylmer, Sapper Francis Eric Ayres, Gunner James Joseph Ayres, Private Kenneth Sidney Ayres, Private Leslie John Ayres, Private Wilfred John Ayres.
Private Orville Edison Babcock, Rifleman Joseph Lawrence Babin, Private Oliver Joseph Babineau, Sergeant Vincent Mark Babineau, Private Gerard Bachand. Lance Corporal Frederick George Bash. Rifleman Edward Bachman. Private Valentine John Bachmeyer. Major Sir John Edmund Backhouse. Private Bertie Sidolph Backlund. Sergeant Edwin Arthur Bacon. Private George Edward Bacon. Gunner James Henry Bacon. Corporal Cecil Maynard Badcock. Private John Henry Badley. Private John Barder. Private George William Badlan. Private Cecil Robert John Badman. Lance Corporal Charles Robert Badrock. Private John Henry Badrock. Private Gordon Bage. Gunner John Allen Bagley. Lance Sergeant Walter John Bagley. Guardsman Albert John Baghurst. Trooper George Baglin. Sapper Bernard Bagshaw. Private Walter William Bagent. Private James Bagri. Private Henry B. Baylor. Lance Corporal Albert Thomas Bailey. Private Basil Bailey. Private Cecil James Bailey. Gunner Charles Collins Bailey. Private David Bailey. Rifleman Donald Robert Bailey. Private Edward Bailey. Rifleman Edward Francis Bailey. Private Francis Charles Bailey. Private Frank Bailey. Lance Corporal Frank Bertram Bailey. Trooper Fred Bailey. Private George Allen Bailey. Lance Sergeant Harold Bailey. Lance Corporal Harold Weldon Bailey. Private Harry Bailey. Lance Sergeant Henry Bailey. Gunner Henry Ernest Bailey. Corporal Jack Bailey. Private James Henry Bailey. Sergeant James Malcolm Bailey. Lance Corporal Joseph Bailey. Private Joseph Barnum Bailey. Gunner Kenneth Bailey. Private Lionel James Bailey. Private Laurie Wilbert Bailey. Private Reginald Bailey. Private Robert Lionel Bailey. Lance Corporal Roland Bailey. Lance Corporal Roy Bailey. Private William Frederick Bailey. Private William Kenneth Bailey. Lieutenant Edmund Emile Beilargion. Lance Sergeant John Daniel Bailey. Fusilier Simon Carruthers Bailey. Pilot Officer Paul Abbott Bailon. Captain Alexander Bain. Private Alan Bain. Private Charles Bain. Corporal Grigor Edward Bain. Private Henry Bain. Private Neil McKinnon Bain. Lance Bombardier Thomas Robinson Bain. Corporal William Bain. Marine Cyril Bainbridge. Private Joseph Bainbridge. Lance Corporal Charles Stewart Baines. Private Frank Henry Baines. Private James Leslie Baines. Aircraftman First Class John Baines. Gunner John Baines. Major Richard Gough Talbot Baines. Private Malcolm Baird. Private William Baird. Gunner Peter Paul Baccalar. Private Albert Baker. Private Albert Edward Baker. Lance Corporal Alfred Leonard Baker. Lance Corporal Arthur Baker. Private Arthur John Baker. Private Arthur Walter Baker. Private Charles Baker. Lieutenant Charles Talbot Baker. Private David Baker. Flying Officer Douglas Haig Baker. Private Eddie Baker. Lieutenant Eric Godfrey Baker. Sergeant Ernest George Baker. Wing Commander Ernest Reginald Baker. Private Fred Baker. Corporal Frederick Baker. Sergeant Frederick Arthur Baker. Lance Corporal Frederick George Samuel Baker. Private Frederick Harry Baker. Private Frederick John Baker. Sergeant Frederick John Baker. Rifleman George Baker. Sapper George Edward Baker. Sergeant George Franklin Baker. Sergeant Harold Bertram Baker. Private Harold Evert Baker. Trooper Jack Baker. Private James Baker. Driver James Frederick Baker. Lance Corporal John Henry Baker. Private John Thomas Baker. Private Leslie Baker. Private Leslie Baker. Lance Corporal Leslie William Baker. Captain William Bellew Baker. Private Norman Baker. Sergeant Norman Burt Baker. Private Raymond Robert Baker. Gunner Reginald Baker. Trooper Reginald Edward Baker. Trooper Reginald Victor Baker. Sergeant Robert Hugh Baker. Private Robert Sidney Courthope Baker. Private Ronald Harry Baker. Private Ronald James Baker. Private Ronald Leslie Baker. Private Stanley Albert Baker. Corporal Stanley George Baker. Guardsman Thomas George Baker. Private Thomas Henry Baker. Corporal Thomas Joseph Baker. Private Thomas Oswald Baker. Private Victor Baker. Private William Arthur Baker. Sergeant William Thomas Baker. Sergeant Eric Bakewell. Private George Bakewell. Rifleman Douglas William Herbert Balam. Rifleman Joseph Balby. Lance Corporal Robert John Balchin. Corporal Victor Albert Balcombe. Private Robert Balderson. Private James Luke Baldhead. Trooper Douglas James Balding. Sergeant Leonard George Balding. Warrant Officer 2nd Class Ralph Balding. Driver Foster Baldock. Signalman Joseph James Baldry. Private Albert Frank Baldwin. Private Austin Baldwin. Gunner Charles Thomas Baldwin. Lieutenant Cyril Robert Baldwin. Ordinary Seaman Derek Ernest William Baldwin. Private Geoffrey Charles Baldwin. Private George Baldwin. Private Herbert Harold Baldwin. Lieutenant Ivor Benjamin Baldwin. Lance Sergeant James Walter Baldwin. Private John Baldwin. Private John Baldwin. Private Joseph E. Baldwin. Lance Corporal Kenneth William George Baldwin. Private Louis Baldwin. Lance Corporal Martin William Baldwin. Gunner Philip Howard Baldwin. Trooper William Stewart Baldwin. Private Melville Bale. Lance Corporal Joseph Christian Bolf. Guardsman John Norman Balfour. Trooper Herbert William Balkwill. Lance Sergeant Alfred James Ball. Private Arthur Ball. Trooper Charles Abbott Ball. Private Charles Godfrey Ball. Bombardier David Ball. Trooper Ellery Ellis Ball. Private Frank Ernest Ball. Corporal Frederick William Ball. Rifleman George Henry Ball. Lance Corporal Gordon Francis Ball. Corporal Harry Ball. Corporal James Frederick Ball. Private John Ball. Gunner John Arthur Ball. Sergeant John Frederick Ball. Rifleman John Henry Ball. Private John Reginald Ball. Lance Corporal Leonard William Ball. Private Oswald Edward Ball. Able Seaman Reginald Herbert Ball. Private Samuel Leonard Ball. Private Talfrin William Ball. Private Thomas Edgar Ball. Major Alec Addington Balaki. Flight Lieutenant Arthur Alexander Ballantyne. Major James Douglas Haddon Ballantyne. Trooper Lockhart Ballantyne. Trooper Charles Herbert George Ballard. Private Edward George Ballard. Corporal Reginald G. Ballard. Guardsman Reginald James Ballard. Captain James Ian Ivory Bellini. Gunner Lloyd George Balla. Guardsman Percy George Balla, Seaman Brian Balla, Private Frank Sidney Thomas Ballinger, Private Leonard Douglas Balls, Private William Tierney Bulmer, Private Harry Baumforth, Lance Corporal Ernest Bamber, Private Harold Bamber, Trooper James Clifford Bamber, Lieutenant Colonel Robert Stanfield Bamber, Gunner Alfred Bamfield, Lance Corporal Hugh Bamford, Private Harry Leonard Bamforth, Private Philip Bamforth, Private Herbert William Bampfield, Major John Augustus Frederick Warwick Bamfield, Private George William Band, Gunner Alfred Thomas Banfield, Lieutenant Hugh William Ward Banfield, Flight Lieutenant James Greenwood Banford, Driver George Napier Banks, Sergeant Douglas Herbert Banks, Private George Banks, Lance Corporal George Banks, Private Harry Vincent Banks, Sapper Henry Clifford Banks, Private Jack Banks, Private Jack Morris Banks, Lieutenant John Rothwell Banks, Second Lieutenant Joseph Banks, Corporal Norman Richard Banks, Gunner Philip Einan Banks, Trooper Raymond John Banks, Lance Sergeant Robert Banks, Private William Banks, Trooper Stanley William Joseph Bannard, Private James Bannatyne, Captain John Frederick Bannerman, Gunner George Arthur Bannister, Private Joseph Fiddler Bannister, Lance Corporal Francis Albert Bannox, Bombardier Joseph Bannon, Lieutenant Ian Aitken Bansal, Private John Reginald Banwell, Private William Ellie Banyard, Sapper Stephen Barakovich, Dragon Baron, Lance Corporal Meyer Baraskowik, Private Anthony Barbagallo, Private Albert Robert Barber, Private Albert Sidney Barber, Gunner Cyril Reed Barber, Private Douglas Dean Barber, Private George Enoch Barber, Gunner George William Barber, Private George William Barber, Private James Leonard Barber, Sapper John Frederick Barber, Private John Wilfred Oliver Barber, Gunner Leonard Barber, Lance Corporal Leslie Frederick Barber, Lance Corporal Richard Barber, Major Robert Herberden Barber, Private Stanley J. A. Barber, Sergeant Stephen Barber, Rifleman Robert John Carson Barber, Captain James Morley Barclay, Leonard John Alexander Barclay, Private Philip Wilson Barclay, Private Thomas Henry Bard, Corporal Henry James Bearfield, Guardsman Edwin Joseph Barford, Trooper Fred Barge, Corporal Frederick Harry Barham, Private Albert Barker, Lance Corporal Albert Barker, Sergeant Charles James Barker, Corporal Charles Joseph Barker, Lance Sergeant Charles William Barker, Lieutenant Darrell Arthur Barker, Lance Corporal David John Conquest Barker, Corporal David Reginald Barker, Private Eric Barker, Private Ernest Barker, Lance Bombardier Frederick Barker, Rifleman George Wilfred Barker, Fusilier Harry Barker, Trooper James Barker, Trooper James Balderson Barker, Trooper James Enoch Barker, Private James Halsall Barker, Sergeant James Orp Barker, Private John Henry Barker, Private Kenneth Barker, Lieutenant Ralph Sanderson Barker, Lieutenant Reginald Donald Barker, Private Roger William Barker, Trooper Ronald Barker, Private Sidney George A. Barker, Sergeant Thomas Barker, Flying Officer Thomas Frederick Barker, Gunner Thomas Henry Barker, Trooper Walter Samuel Barker, Private William George Barker, Able Seaman John Barclay, Flight Sergeant John Herbert Barkwell, Corporal Philip Herbert Barley, Private Alfred James Barlow, Corporal Arthur Barlow, Lieutenant Colonel Cecil Disney Barlow, Private Cyril Barlow, Rifleman Fred Barlow, Private George Albert Barlow, Private Jack Ronald Barlow, Lance Corporal John Barlow, Guardsman Reginald Leonard Barlow, Lance Sergeant Ronald Hayward Barlow, Private Thomas Walter Barlow, Private Tom Barlow, Private William Richard Barlow, Private William Henry Barlow, Private William Thomas Barlow, Rifleman Donald Mackay Barnard, Corporal Frederick Joseph Barnard, Craftsman Julian Richard Barnard, Sergeant Leonard Hubert Barnard, Private Robert Owen Barnard, Private Wallace Ernest Barnard, Captain Richard Paul Barnby, Lance Sergeant Alfred James Barnes, Trooper Alec Dennis Barnes, Rifleman Alvin James Barnes, Sergeant Charles Frank Barnes, Private Charles Frank Barnes, Private Charles Stanley Barnes, Sergeant Clarence Barnes, Private Ernest Albert John Barnes. Trooper Fred Morris Barnes. Private Frederick Herbert Victor Barnes. Private Geoffrey Clifford Barnes. Private Harry Leslie Dell Barnes. Corporal Henry Mountain Barnes. Private Henry Robertson Barnes. Corporal James Barnes. Sapper James Barnes. Private John Sidney Barnes. Lance Corporal Kenneth Barnes. Lieutenant Michael Campbell Barnes. Driver Raymond Bernard Barnes. Lance Corporal Stanley Walter Barnes. Private Thomas Barnes. Private Thomas Edward Barnes. Private Walter Albert Leslie Barnes. Private William Henry Barnes. Trooper William Geoffrey Barnes. Private Gordon Wesley Barnett. Guardsman Albert George Barnett. Sergeant Albert Wilson Barnett. Fusilier Douglas Barnett. Gunner Frederick Barnett. Lance Corporal George Edward Barnett. Private James Francis Barnett. Private John Frederick Barnett. Corporal Raymond Barnett. Private Walter William Barnett. Staff Sergeant Harold Barney. Private Carmen Francis Barnhart. Private Leonard Ross Barnsley. Lieutenant Frank Barron. Private Gerard Auguste Barron. Major Thomas Spencer Barron. Private Ernest Barr. Sapper Frederick Barr. Private Leslie Jefferson Barr. Fusilier Morris Barr. Lance Corporal Morris Russell Barr. Sapper George Harry Barraclough. Lieutenant Alistair Mortimer Barras. Trooper William Barras. Private Herbert Barrett. Private Leslie Arthur Barrett. Private Kingsley Barrell. Private Arthur Bray Barrett. Rifleman Arthur Esmond Barrett. Sapper Douglas Joseph Francis Barrett. Lance Sergeant Frank Barrett. Corporal Frederick John Henry Barrett. Private Jack Barrett. Corporal John Barrett. Private John Lionel Barrett. Private Norman Barrett. Private Peter Barrett. Lieutenant Ronald Ernest Barrett. Private Tom Barrett. Private William John Barrett. Sergeant Paul Barrett. Private James Muircroft Barry. Trooper James Waddle Blair Barry. Private Robert John Barry. Gunner Robert Wilkie Barry. Leading Telegraphist Jack Barringer. Sapper Rudolph Barriskell. Sergeant Harry Barron. Private Samuel Barron. Colour Sergeant Simon Waters Barron. Corporal Sidney McDevitt Barron. Private Thomas Barron. Major David de Simons Barrow. Private George Barrow. Private George Geoffrey Barrow. Private George Victor Barrow. Sergeant Hector Jack Raymond Barrow. Private Ralph Thomas Barrow. Private Stanley George Barrows. Gunner George Barry. Lieutenant John Anthony Barry. Private Matthew J. Barry. Lance Corporal Patrick Edmund Barry. Trooper Wilfred Barstow. Private Peter Bartco. Sergeant Henry Bartle. Flight Lieutenant John Peter Dennis Bartlett. Sapper Alexander Bartlett. Sergeant Ernest Harry Edwin Bartlett. Private George Bartlett. Lance Sergeant George Ashley Bartlett. Lieutenant Gilbert Trevelyan Bartlett. Private Herbert Henry Bartlett. Corporal Jim Bartlett. Corporal Kenneth George Bartlett. Private Reginald Bartlett. Private Reginald Henry Bartlett. Private Roy Bartlett. Private Sidney Albert Bartlett. Private Tom Cecil Bartlett. Private James Owen Bartley. Pilot Officer Albert Hamilton Barton. Corporal Douglas Barton. Private Eric William Barton. Guardsman Everett Lawrence Barton. Corporal Frank Dodgson Barton. Lance Corporal Frank W. Barton. Lance Sergeant Fred Barton. Private Frederick Arthur Barton. Trooper Henry Barton. Trooper James Barton. Private John Edward Barton. Trooper Stanley George Barton. Brigadier Sir Walter de Stopham Bartelott. Private Charles Thomas Barwell. Sergeant Christopher Cyril Barwick. Trooper Robert Barwick. Flight Lieutenant Lawrence Wallace Bassan. Private Fred Basden. Private Stanley Albert Basham. Rifleman Ernest Charles Baskerville. Private Reginald John Basket. Gunner Valère Basque. Private Anthony David Bass. Private Frederick William Bass. Sapper John Charles Bass. Flight Lieutenant Reginald Frederick Bass. Private Firmin John Bassam. Sub-Lieutenant A. Anthony Hastings Bassett. Private Joseph Bassett. Sergeant Gerald Bastable. Private Walter Leonard Bastard. Lance Corporal Ovide Maurice Bastien. Corporal Bertram Norman Bastock. Private Albert Thomas Baston. Private Henry Herbert Bastone. Private Edward Frederick Batchelor. Private Albert Charles Bate. Corporal Ernest Bate. Private William Henry Bate. Trooper Arnold Edward Bateman. Corporal George Bateman. Sergeant George Alfred Bateman. Private Henry Chester Bateman. Lance Corporal Herbert John Bateman. Craftsman Leonard Bateman. Guardsman Robert James Bateman. Private Russell Ernest Bateman. Corporal Horace Edmund Bater. Private Albert Ernest Fred Bates. Trooper Alfred Bates. Trooper Arthur Frederick Bates. Private Bert Bates. Private Francis James Bates. Sergeant Harold Bates. Private James Henry Bates. Able Seaman John Douglas Bates. Corporal Sidney Bates. Private Stanley Robert Dearling Bates. Private William Bates. Fusilier William Bateson. Rifleman Oswald Lionel Bath. Private Francis Lucian Bathe. Lance Bombardier Wilfred Bather. Trooper Gordon Alfred Bathurst. Lance Corporal John Thomas Wilcox Batkin. Private Henry Albert Batt. Major Thomas Reginald Dumaresque Batt. Lance Corporal Walter John Frederick Batt. Sergeant Harold Royston Batten. Guardsman Henry George Batterham. Corporal William Fred Batters. Private Claude Frederick Battle. Trooper Peter Battle. Private William Coveney Battrick. Sapper Alfred Charles Batson. Private Charles Thomas Batty. Private Ronald Russell Batty. Sapper Stanley William Batty. Gunner William Beatty. Trooper Alfred Bowdry. Sergeant Jerry Bower. Private Victor Joseph Bourne. Rifleman Jacob Louis Bowman. Private Cecil Ewart Bavin. Lieutenant Lionel Arthur Borden. Lieutenant William Frederick Balfe. Lieutenant David Stevenson Baxendale. Private Alexander Fraser Baxter. Private Cyril Gordon Baxter. Major Darrell Valentine St. John Baxter. Private Donald Baxter. Private Frank Baxter. Private George Baxter. Marine George Henry Baxter. Corporal George Ronald Baxter. Private Gordon Baxter. Warrant Officer 2nd Class Harry Baxter. Private Henry Baxter. Private Hubert Baxter. Private Norman Henry Baxter. Trooper Ronald Cecil Henry Baxter. Gunner Shanks Fleming Baxter. Private Simpson Barrett Baxter. Corporal Thomas Baxter. Trooper Desmond Richard Bayes. Lance Corporal Edward Charles Bayford. Private George Bailey. Rifleman George Dennis Bailey. Private Arthur William Bailiff. Private Albert Bayliss. Lieutenant Clarence Percy Bayliss. Sergeant Alfred Ernest Bayliss. Lance Sergeant Clifford Bayliss. Private Frederick William Bayliss. Private Harold Bayliss. Able Seaman Stanley N. Bayliss. Lance Corporal William Bayliss. Guardsman William Bayliss. Private Harold William Bayes. Lance Corporal John Charles Bayes. Lieutenant Pierre Bazin. Private Thomas Alfred Bazant. Trooper Douglas Albert Beacall. Corporal Edward Burt Beach. Private Frederick Charles Henry Walter Beach. Craftsman Eric Norman Beecham. Sergeant George Herbert Beadle. Lance Sergeant James Mitchell Beagrie. Private Henry John Thomas Beale. Private Ernest Ronald Beale. Corporal Frank Bealham. Gunner Harry Bealham. Gunner Albert Beamer. Lance Sergeant Joseph Noel Beamson. Corporal Edward Bean. Guardsman John Clive Bean. Lance Corporal Richard Jones Bean. Private Ronald Bean. Lieutenant Arthur Haggie Bean. Rifleman Albert Henry Beard. Lance Corporal Alfred Henry James Beard. Private Charles Alfred Beard. Trooper Frank William Beard. Corporal Leslie Spencer Beard. Lance Corporal Richard Beard. Private Albert Beardsall. Sergeant Alfred Arthur Beardshaw. Private Leonard Beardsmore. Gunner Henry Beardsworth. Gunner Rose Beardy. Private Glenn Lewis Beers. Sapper Dennis Bryden Beasley. Lieutenant Henry Percy Beasley. Corporal Ernest Henry Beazor. Private Frederick Beat. Private Frederick Alec Beat. Private Donald F. Beaton. Trooper Loshi Damas Beaton. Stoker First Class Thomas E. Beatson. Trooper Admiral Beatty. Lance Corporal Alan Beatty. Lance Sergeant Andrew Scotland Beatty. Rifleman James Wharton Beatty. Sergeant William Beatty. Private William James Beatty. Private Arthur Sidney Beatty. Private Hartley William Beatty. Private John David Beatty. Private Orfila Beauchamp. Private Walter Charles Beauchamp. Lance Corporal Cyril Baudin. Private Oscar Joseph Baudouin, Private Alex Raphael Bewley, Corporal Paul Emile Bewley, Bombardier Rael Bewley, Fusilier Ernest Beaumont, Corporal Harold Beaumont, Lance Corporal Joseph George Jacques Beaupre, Lieutenant Alcide Bogard, Rifleman William Joseph Bogard, Trooper William Herbert Beavis, Sergeant Harold Thomas Beezer, Corporal Lewis Beasley, Trooper Stanley Percival Beasley, Trooper Ronald Bebbington, Rifleman Charles Wesley Babee, Lance Corporal Nick Beblow, Private Joseph Adrien M. Béchard, Corporal Arthur Joseph Beck, Sapper Edward Beck, Corporal Geoffrey Basil Beck, Private Herbert Beck, Lance Corporal Joseph Benjamin Beck, Fusilier Thomas Beck, Lieutenant John Beck, Private John Henry Becker, Private Ronald Beckett, Guardsman Sidney Ernest Beckett, Private Derek Beckwith, Private Frederick Beckwith, Warrant Officer 2nd Class Walter George Beckwith, Private Gerald Ernest Bedard, Private Joseph Raoul Rock Bedard, Private Leo Lawrence Bedard, Lance Corporal William John Bedall, Sergeant William Henry Bedard, Lieutenant Gordon John Beddy, Lance Corporal William James Beddoe, Private Albert Ewell Beddoes, Private Andrew Morris Beddoes, Lance Corporal Fred Alexis Bedford, Private George Alexander Bedford, Driver Jack Bedford, Private George Edwin Bedford, Private Kenneth Raymond Bedford, Trooper Norman Bedford, Marine Horace William Bedworth, Sergeant Eric Ernest B, Gunner Kenneth Charles Beebe, Trooper Reginald Beebe, Private Cyril Eric Beebe, Private Bertram Beach, Sergeant Joseph Albert Beach, Private Verdon Beach, Lance Sergeant William Joseph Beach, Private Ernest Beecham, Lieutenant Roland Henry Beechey, Sergeant Stanley James Beechey, Major Peter Philip Beecroft, Driver Richard George Beecroft, Lance Corporal Cecil Edgar Bede, Private Maurice Michael Beedham, Private Beeds, Private Harold James Beanie, Lieutenant Frederick Gregans Beanie, Private Harold Edwin Beer, Corporal Henry Albert Beer, Private John William Beer, Private Walter Dees, Captain Nigel Wendover Beeson, Private John Wilfred Easton, Sergeant William Bell Digby, Private Alexander Mackenzie Beggs, Rifleman David Beggs, Private Isaac Bayton, Private David Eagleman, Private John Patrick Bairn, Rifleman Russell Boyd Bairns, Private John Henry Beasley, Private James Henry Beatlick, Private Gayton Belair, Private Leo Belair, Lieutenant Henry Edward Bellinger, Private Joachim Bellinger, Lance Corporal Kenneth Belby, Corporal Alexander Belch, Lance Corporal Cyril Russell Belcham, Regimental Sergeant Major Ernest John Belcher, Trooper Lancelot Harry Herbert Belcher, Lieutenant Raymond Charles Belcher, Sergeant William Idris Belcher, Private Arthur James Belfield, Gunner Edward Belfield, Lieutenant Alexander Bell, Trooper Alfred Beaker Bell, Sergeant Alvin Bell, Private Andrew Bell, Trooper Bruce Terence Bernard Bell, Flying Officer Brian Esmond Bell, Private Charles Vincent Bell, Private Chester Howard Bell, Gunner Clifford Bell, Corporal David Edward Bell, Gunner David Scott Bell, Lance Bombardier Dennis Bell, Private Eric Stanley Bell, Lance Corporal Ernest Archibald Gentles Bell, Warrant Officer 2nd Class Frank George Bell, Gunner Frank William Henry Bell, Sergeant Frederick Bell, Private Frederick Bell, Sergeant Frederick Ernest Bell, Fireman George Bell, Private George Frederick Bell, Sapper Gordon Morris Bell, Sergeant Henry Magnus McIntyre Bell, Fusilier Herbert William Bell, Captain Ian Bell, Corporal Isaac George Bell, Private Jack Milford Bell, Private James Bell, Marine James Bell, Private James Charles Bell, Private James Robert Bell, Lieutenant John Alexander Bell, Lance Sergeant John Ernest Bell, Lance Corporal John Henry Bell, Gunner John Joseph Bell, Private John Oswald Bell, Sergeant Joseph Bell, Gunner Kenneth Sidney Bell, Flight Sergeant Lawrence Stanley Bell, Bombardier Leonard Bell, Sergeant Lionel Horace Bell, Private Matthew Bell, Private Morris Bell, Warrant Officer 2nd Class Nicholas Charles Bell, Private Nolan Bell, Private Norman Bell, Fusilier Percy Bell, Private Reginald Richard Albert Bell, Gunner Robert Bell, Sergeant Robert Bell, Marine Robert Bell, Warrant Officer 2nd Class Robert Martin Bell, Private Robert Moffat Bell, Guardsman Ronald James Bell, Private Roy Wesley Bell, Private Thomas Florian Bell, Major Thomas Michael Bell, Private Wilfred Bell, Sergeant William Bell, Corporal William Bell, Private William H. Bell, Private William Herbert Bell, Sergeant William John Bell, Private William Nelson Bell, Private Arthur Bertram Bellamy, Trooper Frederick Bellamy, Lance Sergeant John Maynard Bellamy, Private Leslie Clarence Bellamy, Private Norman Clifford Bellamy, Private Gerald Thomas Belleau, Private Oswald Joseph Belfontaine, Captain Richard Stanley Bellaby, Private John Belly, Lieutenant Kenneth Edward Bellingham, Private Arthur George Bellot, Trooper Lloyd A. Bellows, Lieutenant Robert Charles Bell Walker, Flying Officer Peter Colston Bellew, Trooper Edwin Frederick Belsham, Trooper Frederick Edward Belson, Private Alfred Ernest Belton, Private William Belton, Gunner Edward Francis Belward, Lance Sergeant Frederick George Bembrick, Lance Corporal William Bentz, Trooper Julius Bendit, Private David Evan Bendel, Sergeant Peter Bean, Sapper Joseph Benfield, Rifleman Ernest Patrick Benford, Private Gerald Harold Benham, Lieutenant John William Benham,
Lance Corporal Philip John Bengerfield, Private Bertie Benjamin, Private Gerard Benjamin, Trooper Sidney Montague Benjamin, Lance Sergeant Eric Stanley Ben, Gunner William Ben, Private Richard Henry Benelac, Trooper Arthur James Bennell, Private Thomas William Bennell, Sapper George A. Benner, Guardsman Albert Bennett, Lance Corporal Alfred Bennett, Private Andrew Bennett, Private Arthur Charles Bennett, Sergeant Charles William Bennett, Private Cyril Frederick Bennett, Captain Douglas Hill Bennett, Major Edwin Ronald Bennett. Private Ernest Eric Edgar Bennett. Private Ernest James Reginald Bennett. Private Frederick Bennett. Lance Corporal Frederick Norman Bennett. Private George Oliver Bennett. Private Gordon Bennett. Private Hector Allen Bennett. Lieutenant Henry Harrison Bennett. Private Henry Hector Bennett. Private Herbert Bennett. Trooper John Bryan Bennett. Private John James Bennett. Private John William Bennett. Private Ormond Bennett. Private Peter Basil Bennett. Private Ralph Duncan Bennett. Sergeant Reginald Eric Bennett. Private Robert Leslie Borden Bennett. Corporal Ronald Desmond Bennett. Gunner Stanley Eugene Bennett. Lance Corporal Thomas Bennett. Private Thomas Bennett. Lieutenant William Albert Bennett. Lance Corporal William Leslie Bennett. Private Thomas Edwin Bennetts. Private Leslie Alfred Benning. Private John Bennion. Private Jacques Lucien Benoit. Lance Sergeant Alfred Raymond Benson. Private Arthur Bridson Benson. Private Ernest Benson. Fusilier Harold Benson. Sapper James Benson. Trooper Kenneth Lennox Benson. Trooper Olin Benson. Corporal Ronald William John Benson. Private Stanley Benson. Fusilier Thomas Henry Benson. Sergeant William Benson. Second Lieutenant Leonard Risley Benstead. Rifleman Ernest Frederick Benstead. Private Joseph Lawrence Bent. Fusilier John Bentham. Private George Edward Bentley. Lance Corporal Harry Bentley. Lance Corporal James William Bentley. Marine Leonard Bentley. Private William Partington Bentley. Sergeant John Charles Benton. Private William Benton. Gunner Sidney George Benwell. Pilot Officer Stanley Joseph Baranek. Lieutenant John Marie Bearcott. Sergeant George Henry Beresford. Sapper Laird R. Beresford. Lance Sergeant William Beresford. Private Simon Bergen. Trooper Gerald Berger.
Warrant Officer, First Class.
Nathan Louis Berger. Private Wilfred George Berger. Private Howard Albert Bergeron. Private Ovila Hoscard Bergeron. Private Emile Bernard. Private Francis Joseph Bernard. Private Joseph Bernard. Lance Corporal Joseph Leo Bernard. Lance Corporal Joseph Paul Laurent Guy Bernard. Sergeant Lawrence Bernesh. Gunner Ovila Bernier. Private Paul Emile Bernier. Private Roland Bernier. Private Wilfred Bernier. Sapper William Berridge. Private Gerald Stephen Beringer. Warrant Officer Alan Berry. Private Alan Berry. Fusilier Albert Edward Berry. Captain Alexander Berry. Lieutenant Brian Berry. Private Edgar James Berry. Lance Corporal Eric William Berry. Gunner George Berry. Private John Berry. Private Kenneth Berry. Gunner Leslie Berry. Lance Corporal Melville Stanley Berry. Chaplain 4th Class the Reverend Walter Henry Arthur Berry. Private William Ernest Berry. Private William Henry Berry. Private Wilson Edward Berry. Private Patrick James Berryman. Corporal Frederick Joseph Bertin. Corporal Jean-Alphonse Bertin. Private Diomed Aurel Berube. Private David Bessette. Lieutenant Colonel John Rupert Wilson Turner Bessonet. Private Frederick George Best. Rifleman Frederick Thomas Best. Corporal Harry Philip Best. Private James Patrick Best. Private Maskell M. Best. Private John Francis Beston. Corporal Bernard Francis Bestwick. Sergeant Daniel Bethune. Corporal Charles Henry Betson. Lieutenant Albert Walter Bettel. Gunner Alexander Betley. Lance Corporal Herbert Richard Betts. Lance Bombardier Stanley Walter Betts. Guardsman Douglas Betty. Lieutenant Digby Hugh Butel. Lance Corporal George William Bevan. Private Glyndŵr Elias Bevan. Corporal Ronald Elvey Bevan. Sergeant Henry Beveridge. Stoker 2nd Class David Noel Bevins. Rifleman Frank Edward Bevis. Guardsman is Lewin Bainon. Trooper Cyril Bibby. Lieutenant Edward Mason Bibby. Lance Corporal Jack Bibby. Private Stanley Bibby. Private Thomas Bibby. Private William Henry Bibby. Private John Thomas Bitchard. Private Raymond Philip Bitchard. Private George Edwin Bicheno. Guardsman Arthur Albert David Bick. Lance Corporal Daniel Bickerstaff. Private Leonard David Bickerstaff. Major Robert Langdale Bickersteth. Private Edward Bickerton. Corporal Royston Harry Bickerton. Private George Henry Bickle. Private John George Bickler. Private James Bickley. Gunner Alec Bicknell, Sergeant Leslie James Bicknell, Lieutenant William Harrison Bicknell, Corporal Harry Biddle, Sergeant Lionel William Biddle, Private Ralph Biddle, Trooper Alan John Biddlecombe, Gunner Samuel Biddlestone, Corporal Arthur Bidmead, Gunner Frederick Bidoka, Private Clarence D. Beebrick, Corporal Philip Peter Biernaski, Private Peter Bewes, Private Fred Vincent Bigelow, Private Alfred Jack George Bigg, Private Fred Bigger, Corporal George William Biggs, Gunner Sidney Charles Biggs, Private Stanley Biggs, Fusilier Thomas Biggs, Corporal John Frederick Bigwither, Private Clarence Glenn Biglow, Private Ernest Edward Bignold, Private Derek Patrick Billett, Lance Corporal Kenneth Meron Billett, Gunner Herbert Lawrence Billings, Trooper Francis Billington, Private John Arthur Billington, Private Thomas Wilson Billington, Lance Corporal Billington, Corporal Harold William Billsland, Sapper Donald Light Biltcliffe, Warrant Officer Arthur Henry Biltoft, Private Harold Bilton, Private Mervyn Kenneth Binding, Private Sidney Binding, Private Alfred John Bindley, Gunner Stanley James Bynes, Fusilier Ernest Charles Bing, Driver Eric Alfred Bingham, Rifleman Stanley Henry Bingham, Sergeant Thomas Julian Bingle, Lance Corporal Thomas Binks, Driver Peter William Binney, Private William Christopher Joseph A. Binney, Captain Percival Binnington, Lance Corporal Charles Binns, Private Fred Binns, Lance Corporal Jack Binns, Private Thomas Norman Bintley, Private Henry Biot, Lance Sergeant Harry Bourbon, Private Harry Birch, Private John Frederick Birch, Trooper John William Birch, Corporal Kenneth Fred Birch, Trooper Leslie Claude Birch, Private Leslie Robert Birch, Private Mark Lonsdale Birch, Private Ralph Birch, Private Reginald William Henry Birch, Lieutenant Robert Massey Birch, Lance Corporal William John Thomas Birch, Lance Corporal William Birch, Private George Edward Bircham, Private James Birchenough, Sapper Alexander Bird, Rifleman Charlie Bird, Lieutenant Douglas Frederick Bird, Corporal George Henry Bird, Private John Edward Bird, Corporal Sidney Frederick Bird, Captain Stephen Stanley Bird, Private Thomas Joseph Bird, Rifleman Thomas Vivian Bird, Private William Richard Bird, Lance Bombardier William James Stanley Birdseye, Private Andre Beers, Corporal James Birkbeck, Lieutenant Alan Martin Burkett, Private Frederick Birkinshaw, Rifleman Harold Derrick Burley, Gunner James F. Burney, Trooper David Alexander Burney, Rifleman George Alexander Burney, Trooper William MacGregor Burney, Lance Corporal John Percy Birrell, Driver Thomas Birrell, Private Leslie Edward Burse, Sergeant James Burse, Lance Bombardier John Robert Burse, Rifleman Hilliard John Henry Burston, Lance Corporal James Henry Bertley, Flight Lieutenant Norman Birtwistle, Private Torindo John Bisserow, Private Dennis Albert Biscoe, Rifleman Emmanuel Bischoff, Rifleman Howard R. Bishop, Private Isaiah Bishop, Corporal Lloyd Elmer Bishop, Lieutenant Michael Herbert Eugene Bishop, Private Montague Bishop, Captain Neville John Dennington Bishop, Corporal Reginald Clifford Bishop, Private Ronald Cecil Bishop, Gunner Stanley James Bishop, Private William George Bishop, Private Peter I. Bismutka, Corporal Arthur Leslie Biss, Corporal Peter Guy Bissett, Private Thomas Bissett, Private Andrew Bisson, Private Roger Bisson, Private Gaston Bissonnet,
Warrant Officer, 2nd Class.
Joseph L. Bissonnet, Trooper Eugene Edward Bitchie, Flight Sergeant Henry Mark Bittiner, Gunner Walter Culhane Bittle, Sapper Edward Walter Blaber, Private Alan Black,
Warrant Officer, 1st Class.
Alexander Watson Black, Private Andrew Muir Black, Flying Officer Bruce Graham Black, Corporal Donald Henry Black, Private George Henry Black, Gunner James Black, Private John Black, Private John Black, Private Kenneth Harold Black, Second Lieutenant Kevin Norman Black, Lance Corporal Matthew Black, Sapper Ralph George Black, Corporal Robert Black, Flight Sergeant Stanley Kevin Black, Fusilier Thomas George Black, Lance Sergeant Walter James Black, Lance Corporal William Coey Lyle Black, Lieutenant William Blackadder, Sergeant Alfred Blackall, Private Dennis Blackburn, Private Edward Blackburn, Gunner Ernest Alfred Blackburn, Signalman George Blackburn, Gunner Harry Blackburn, Guardsman James Blackburn, Gunner Sidney Arthur Blackburn, Private Wilfred Blackburn, Gunner Wilfred Blackburn, Lieutenant Colonel William Desmond Blacker, Private Walter Edward Blackett, Trooper William Blackett, Trooper Alec George Blackford, Lieutenant John Patrick Blackham, Gunner Frederick Alex Blackley, Sergeant Thomas Blacklock, Private George Blackman, Sapper Thomas Harold Blackman, Private Arthur Blackmore, Private Edgell Albert Blackmore, Private Llewellyn Blackmore, Guardsman William Thomas Blackmore, Corporal Leonard Edward Blackmuir, Lance Corporal Eric Edward Blackshaw, Lance Corporal Philip Blackstaff, Lance Sergeant Ernest David Blackstock, Captain Carlos Leonard Blackwell, Private John Francis Blackwell, Private Roy Blackwell, Private Sidney Malcolm Blackwell, Private Edward Benjamin Bladen,
Warrant Officer, 3rd Class.
William John Blagg, Guardsman David Blaine, Private Albert Edward Blair, Private Ernest George Blair, Private Frank Blair, Lieutenant James Michael Blair, Sergeant John Blair, Flight Sergeant Robert Rob Blair, Flying Officer Robert Wallace Blair, Private Roderick Johnson Blair, Private Ronald George Blair, Lieutenant Colonel Hugh Angus Christopher Blair Imrie, Gunner Edward Lewis Blaze, Private Emmanuel Blaze, Corporal Henri Blaze, Rifleman Raymond Hector Blaze, Gunner Alfred Thomas Blake, Private Douglas Mark Blake, Private Eugene J. Blake, Private George Albert Blake, Sergeant Reginald Charles Blake, Trooper Ronald Edward Blake, Sergeant Stanley Claude Blake, Private William Alfred Blake, Private Donald Blakely, Private Howard Lester Blakely, Private John Blakely, Private Harry Wellington Blakely, Gunner Eric White Blakeman, Gunner Albert Gordon Blakemore, Private Jack Blakemore, Lance Sergeant Samuel Blakemore, Sergeant Frederick Blaker, Sergeant Alexander Victor Selby Blakeway, Private Harry Albert Blakey, Lieutenant Laird Weldon Blackney, Pilot Officer Ronald Garland Blamires, Trooper Alan Blanchard, Private Alfred Blanchard. Lance Bombardier Kenneth William Blanchard. Private Lionel Edmund Walter Blanchard. Corporal Raymond James Blanche. Captain Frederick John Bland. Private Sidney James Bland. Sergeant Wilfred Bland. Private Geoffrey Gordon Blaney. Trooper Murray Elwood Blaney. Private Thomas Blaney. Gunner Albert Reginald Blanning. Private Alfred Blatcher. Private William John Blatcher. Sapper Joseph Henry Blatchford. Private Louis Blatt. Gunner Frederick Sidney Blaxill. Private Horace John Blay. Private Walter Bleakley. Private Bernard Bleasdale. Company Quartermaster Sergeant Frank Bleasdale. Private Jean-Jacques Blow. Private Thomas William Blench. Private Lawrence Sidney Blencoe. Private John Sidney James Blenkinsop. Lance Corporal William Blenkinsop. Sapper Alexander Blieu. Private Arthur Blaircombe. Squadron Leader William Walter Blessing. Captain Dennis Merzeau Blessley. Lieutenant Donald Blewett. Private Ernest Charles Blewett. Sapper George Blewett. Private Arthur William Blight. Private Henry Thomas Blight. Lieutenant Joseph Sidney Blincoe. Captain Colin Leo Bliss. Private John Alwyn Bliss. Flight Sergeant Lawrence Esmond Bliss. Sergeant Henry Francis Blowfield. Lieutenant Arthur Kenneth Bloise. Lance Sergeant Duncan William Bloise. Rifleman Anthony William Blondeau. Private Eric Charles Blood. Private Isaac Lincoln Bloodsworth. Private Kingsley Bloom. Private Marvin Bloom. Trooper Philip Henry Bloom. Private Stanley Bloomer. Private James Bloomfield. Private Dennis Frederick Bloss. Gunner Kenneth Robert Blount. Rifleman Ronald Blount. Private Norman Sidney Blow. Lieutenant John Wynne Howe Blower. Sapper Sidney Harold Blower. Lance Corporal William Christopher Blower. Gunner Herbert Bloy. Private Herbert Bluck. Rifleman Norman Blue. Private Francis Blundell. Trooper Thomas Alfred Blundell.
Warrant Officer, 2nd Class.
Alfred Edgar Jimmy Blunden. Private Christopher Blunden. Corporal Ronald Charles Blunden. Private John Thomas Blundred. Lance Sergeant Walter William Blundy. Private Bernard John Bligh. Trooper Arthur Blythe. Guardsman David Blythe, Lance Corporal Robert Blythe, Private Robert Thomson Blythe, Rifleman John Blythe, Major Thomas Archibald Blythe, Lieutenant Colonel David Herbert Vivian Board, Lance Corporal John Osborne Board, Trooper James Boardman, Private Robert Boardman, Private Robert Edmund Boardman, Private Robert McLaughlin Boardman, Private Stuart Boardman, Private Victor Boardman, Private Vincent Boardman, Marine William Boardman, Private Edwin Walter Borer, Private Henry Bobbitt, Lance Corporal Frederick Alfred William Bocock, Trooper Gerald William Boddington, Lance Bombardier Colin George Body, Signalman Kenneth Walter Body, Captain Stanley Hugh Body, Trooper Amos Boddle, Fusilier George Bodley, Lance Sergeant Robert Ritchie Bogey, Lance Corporal Ronald James Boiling, Lance Corporal Etienne Boisclair, Rifleman Charles Raymond Bojarski, Sergeant Michael M. Bolan, Rifleman Maurice Vaughan Bolan, Corporal Joseph Patrick Boland, Guardsman Lionel Albert Boland, Lance Sergeant Ralph Alexander Boland, Trooper Mark Baldison, Lance Corporal Richard Matthew Baldison, Lance Corporal Clarence Bolin, Lieutenant John Joseph Bowles, Private Stanley Bolingbroke, Private Kenneth W. Bolitho, Private Stephen Bolakowski, Lieutenant Colonel Geoffrey Haddon Bolster, Rifleman William John Bolster, Trooper James Elgin Bolt, Fusilier George Bolton, Sergeant Gordon William Bolton, Guardsman James Bolton, Private Reginald Bolton, Lieutenant Robert Crawford Bolton, Signalman Walter Verdon Bolton, Sapper Alfred Graham Bond, Private Charles Bond, Signalman Frank Christopher Bond, Lance Corporal Harry Bond, Sergeant Jack Bond, Private James Bond, Private Leslie Bond, Private Marcel Eric Bond, Gunner Mervyn Clayton Bond, Private Thomas Alexander Bond, Lance Corporal Joseph William Bonds, Gunner Gordon Raymond Bone, Second Lieutenant John William Bone, Private Arnold Bonham, Private Frank Bones, Private Albert Joseph Bonfond, Private Charles Ernest Bonham, Corporal Reginald Gilbert Boniface, Pilot Officer Lester Lascelles Bonish, Private Bernard Bonneau, Private Gabriel Bonneau, Private Joseph Benoit Alphonse Bonneau, Lance Corporal Edgar G. Bonnell, Craftsman Peter Burt Bonnell, Corporal Albert Franz Bonner, Corporal Ernest James Bonner, Fusilier John Bonner, Gunner Laurier A. Bonville, Lieutenant Harry Bonsall, Rifleman Andrew Bonville, Corporal Ernest David Booker, Private George William Booker, Sapper Joseph Edward Booker, Private Ernest Boone, Signalman Frank Boone, Corporal Ernest Herbert Borman, Lance Bombardier John Boot, Gunner Kenneth Boot, Private Albert George Booth, Lieutenant Arthur Jack Booth, Fusilier Cyril Norman Booth, Fusilier David Booth, Brigadier Eric Leslie Booth, Aircraftman First Class George Booth, Gunner Guilford Robert Booth, Private Harvey Frank Booth, Sapper John Booth, Trooper John Reynolds Booth, Able Seaman Joseph Thomas Booth, Trooper Leonard Booth, Second Lieutenant Michael St. John Booth, Private Noel Booth, Private Peter LeBee Booth, Private Richard Booth, Lance Corporal Robert Watson Booth, Sergeant Samuel Stanley Booth, Private Vincent Booth, Rifleman Walter James Booth, Private Edwin D. Boothby, Lieutenant Edward Francis Herbert Boothroyd, Marine Gordon Boothroyd, Private Herbert Boothroyd, Private William Henry Boothway, Private Russell Hamilton Mewburn Borden, Lance Corporal Harold Bordicott, Lance Corporal Alfred John Francis Borum, Lieutenant Gerard Borg, Trooper Everett Eugene Borgald, Private Vinicio Boriani, Private David Morton Borland, Private Ernest Percy Borley, Gunner Reginald Patrick Borman, Rifleman Cecil Murray Bourne, Lieutenant Frederick Bourne, Major Alan Cotton James Borrett, Lance Corporal Percival Borrill, Private William Borrow, Guardsman Jack Borsby, Private George Ross Borthwick, Private Oliver Norman Borthwick,
Major Peter Bosanquet, Private Harry Westrop Bosday, Private John Henry Bosher, Private Noel Boscoyus, Corporal Alfred Carl Bosley, Private William Richard Bosley, Gunner Hedley Bosomworth, Sergeant Ronald William Boss, Lance Corporal George Bostrom, Corporal Douglas Lindley Bostwick, Lance Corporal Arthur Henry Boswell, Private L. Kenneth Boswell, Corporal Stanley George Boswell, Driver Albert William Bosworth, Rifleman Albert Nicholas Botfield, Lieutenant Victor Thomas Botherway, Flying Officer Alexander Edward Bothwell, Marine Albert George Botley, Corporal Frederick Bott, Private Basil Geoffrey Botting, Private Henry Charles William Bottomley, Lance Bombardier Norman Bottomley, Bombardier Norman Harry Bottoms, Private Henry Charles Bottrill, Private Arthur Bouchard, Private Leon Bouchard, Corporal Louis Joseph Bouchard, Private William Joseph Bouchard, Rifleman Zephyrin Henry Bouchard, Private Ellery Bouchard, Private Jacques Boucher, Lieutenant Robert Alexander Comyn Boucher, Private Roger Boucher, Rifleman Roland Ernest Boucher, Private Tillman P. Boucher, Private Willie Boucher, Private Lionel Bertram Bouchier, Lance Corporal Ludger Boudreau, Private Percy Joseph Boudreau, Private Phil Boudreau, Private Ray F. Boudreau, Private Robert Francis Boudreau, Corporal Vernon W. Boudreau, Private Lyle Stewart Bougner, Private Leo Francis Boulanger, Private Joseph Claude Boulet, Private David Alfred Bald, Warrant Officer First Class Thomas Bald, Private Bert Bulstridge, Private William Bolter, Lieutenant David Bolton, Corporal Richard Bolton, Private Douglas Alfred Bound, Warrant Officer Second Class Frank Leslie Bounds, Private Clarence Avila Bourassa, Private Lionel Telesphore Bourassa, Private Roger Bordage, Rifleman Eugene Cash Bourgeois, Captain Joseph Arthur Raymond Bourget, Lieutenant Patrick O'Donnell Pod Bourke, Private Cyril William Bourne, Marine Frederick Edward Donald Bourne, Private John Derrick Bourne, Private Douglas Joseph Bourke, Private Joseph Maurice Bourke, Private William Sylvester Balsfield, Lieutenant John Derrick Atheling Balstead, Private Douglas Albert Henry Boutillier, Corporal James Russell Boutillier, Lance Corporal Frank Bowater, Corporal James Bowater, Private Robert Spratt Bocock, Corporal Edwin John Bowden, Gunner Harry Bowden, Gunner John Leslie Bowden, Private Percy William Bowden, Private Thomas Bowden, Private Thomas Walter Bowden. Guardsman George Henry Bowditch. Fusilier Roland George Bowditch. Private Charles Wallace Bowen. Private Dennis Anthony Bowen. Private Gerwin Bowen. Private Henry Lloyd Bowen. Private Herbert Ian Bowen. Private Ivor Thomas Bowen. Private John Seymour Bowen. Private Kenneth Richard Bowen. Private Leslie George Bowen. Lance Corporal Tom Lewis Bowen. Guardsman William Edward Bowen. Fusilier Eric Bowerman. Private Rex George Bowerman. Private Jerry Milton Bowen. Private Malcolm John Bowen. Private Alfred Henry Bowers. Gunner Donald Walter Bowers. Corporal Frederick Walter George Bowers. Private Herbert Bowers. Guardsman Leonard Charles Bowers. Private Percy Cyril Bowers. Private Thomas Bowers. Corporal Robert Hector Samuel Bury. Trooper Arnold David Bowes. Fusilier Roland Bowes. Guardsman William Bowes. Private William George Bohay. Lance Corporal Donald Rankin Bowie. Flying Officer Harlow Wilbur Boker. Private William John Bowl. Private Frederick Ernest Bowler. Lieutenant John Anthony Bowler. Guardsman Morris Henry Bowler. Lance Corporal Sidney Bowler. Lance Corporal Walter Stanley Bowler. Private Ronald Bowles. Able Seaman Frank Bowley. Private Harold Bowley. Major Horace Edward Bowley. Private Alexander William Bowman. Private David Bowman. Private Edward Augustus Bowman. Corporal Jack Body Bowman. Lieutenant John Edward Bowman. Sergeant William Bowman. Private Arthur Bowmaster. Trooper Philip George Bowmer. Private John Frederick Bone. Private Ernest Andrew Bowring. Guardsman Ronald James Bowring. Lieutenant Hubert Charles Howard Bowser. Corporal Harold Ivor Bowsher. Private Richard Walter Bowsher. Lance Corporal Albert Edward Bowskill. Gunner Wilbur E. Boslaw. Sergeant Charles Rex Bowyer. Sergeant Kenneth John Bowyer. Gunner Francis William Box. Private Herbert Edward Box. Private Leslie Box. Trooper Albert Roy Leonard Boxall. Rifleman Boxall. Private Garfield Ernest Boyce. Private Henry William Boyce. Private Nelson Thomas Boyce. Guardsman Noah Boyce. Private Stanley Boyce. Corporal James Henry Boycott. Private Alfred Boyd, Major Anthony Peirce Boyd, Corporal Eric Boyd, Major Francis James Kingsley Boyd, Lance Corporal George Boyd, Private Jarvis Boyd, Gunner John Earl Boyd, Private John Thomas Boyd, Trooper Kenneth Archibald Boyd, Lieutenant Milton Howard Boyd, Lieutenant Nan Stewart Boyd, Captain Peter Albert Boyd, Private Thomas Boyd, Trooper Walter Jesson Boyd, Lance Corporal William Boyd, Lance Corporal William Ramshaw Boyd, Rifleman George Charles Boyer, Private Gerard Boyer, Private Harold Boys, Private Daniel Boyle, Company Quartermaster Sergeant David Boyle, Lieutenant David Logan Boyle, Private Edward Boyle, Flying Officer Harry Verne Boyle, Gunner Henry Boyle, Private Hugh Boyle, Private James Boyle, Private John Brown Boyle, Lance Corporal John Patrick Boyle, Private Lawrence Boyle, Private Owen Boyle, Major Samuel Malcolm Boyle, Rifleman William Boyle, Private George Boyling, Private James Boyne, Sapper Charles Geoffrey Boynton, Rifleman David William Boynton, Lance Sergeant Robert Boynton, Private Stanley Boynton, Private Frank Bertram Boys, Trooper Thomas Boyson, Private Kenneth James Bosworth, Rifleman Bert J. Bratton, Private Leslie Lorien Bratton, Staff Sergeant John Pascal Brabham, Guardsman Charles Steerer Brace, Private William Brace, Corporal Charles William Bracey, Corporal Harry Brack, Private Victor James Brackenbury, Trooper Edwin Bradbury, Private Frederick Edwin Bradbury, Private Harold Bradbury, Lieutenant Joseph Bradbury, Private Raymond Reginald Bradbury, Private James Braddock, Private Ivan Frank Braddon, Rifleman William H. Braden, Fusilier George Frederick Samuel Bradfield, Lieutenant Richard Alwyn Bradford, Sapper Stanley Edgar Bradford, Private Walter Leonard Bradford, Private William Thomas Bradford, Warrant Officer 2nd Class Arthur James Brading, Private Arthur Blakiston Bradley, Rifleman Arthur Desmond Bradley, Sergeant Arthur John Bradley, Rifleman Arthur Joseph Bradley, Private Charles Edward Bradley, Private Donald Bradley, Private Earl Alexander Bradley, Rifleman Ernest William Bradley. Corporal Frederick W. Bradley. Rifleman George Bradley. Private George Upton Bradley. Corporal Harold Bradley. Private Jack Humphreys Bradley. Lance Corporal James Henry Bradley. Private James Norman Bradley. Private John Bradley. Fusilier Peter Bradley. Private Richard Bradley. Fusilier Robert Bradley. Private Robert William Bradley. Private William Royal Bradley. Bombardier William Bradley. Lance Sergeant William Francis Bradley. Gunner Bertram Bradshaw. Private Charles Jones Bradshaw. Private Frank Bradshaw. Private Herbert Bradshaw. Lance Corporal James Egbert Bradshaw. Guardsman John Joseph Bradshaw. Private Kenneth Bradshaw. Corporal Norman Bradshaw. Private Rennie Bradshaw. Lance Corporal Ronald Albert Edward Bradshaw. Private Victor Bradshaw. Private Walter Bradshaw. Private Frank Joseph Brady. Able Seaman Peter Brady. Trooper Alfred Bragg. Sergeant Horace Bragg. Private William Donald Braggins. Private James Mackey Braid. Private Victor Joshua Brailsford. Gunner Clifford Edward Brain. Private Henry Lewes Brain. Lance Corporal Ronald Albert Brain. Trooper William Thomas Brain. Rifleman George Robertson Braithwaite. Trooper James William Braithwaite. Sapper Samuel Braithwaite. Private George Henry Brake. Battery Quartermaster Sergeant Richard Breakwell. Fusilier Raymond Bramham. Lance Corporal Kenneth Bramley. Sergeant Arthur Brammer. Private Joseph Douglas King Brand. Private Richard William Brand. Guardsman William MacDougall Brand. Lance Corporal David Stanley Brandner. Corporal Samuel Andrew Brandon. Private Ewalt Brandt. Trooper George Richard Brannan. Sapper John Brannan. Private Kenneth Joseph Branscombe. Private Claude Bransfield. Private John Edward Branson. Private William Branson. Lance Corporal Kenneth William Branston. Trooper Charles George Brandt. Private Douglas Haig Brandt. Rifleman Gordon Branton. Rifleman Ronald Branton. Corporal Matthew Alexander Brash. Private Rudolph Brassard. Rifleman Frederick Brassett. Private Peter Brasseur. Guardsman George Kennett Brassington, Fusilier Leslie Brassington, Corporal Reginald Brassington, Private Sam Brassington, Private Joseph Bratherton, Private Donald Salem Bratt, Corporal William Bratt, Private Herbert Brattan, Private Aubrey Arthur Bratton, Gunner Herbert Sidney Bratton Brown, Bombardier Gerard Louis Joseph Brault, Lance Corporal Bernard Brawn, Private Percival Stanley Braund, Lance Corporal John A. Braunt, Private William Hawley, Ordinary Seaman John William Bray, Sergeant Roland Wallace Bray, Private Thomas Bray, Private Ronald Braybrook, Private Joseph Paul Neil Roland Brazier, Private Leo Brazier, Trooper Benjamin Thomas Brazier, Major John Bishop Brazier, Guardsman Lawrence Brazier, Marine Ernest Thomas Lloyd Breach, Sergeant John Arnold Redner, Corporal Eric Arthur Bakewell, Private John Robert Beeley, Rifleman Edgar Martin Bream, Private Reginald Ely Frank Breary, Sapper Joseph Paul Brecken, Private Edward Thomas Breeden, Private Alexander Doig Breen, Private John Christopher Breen, Trooper William Henry Breen, Private Harold Breeze, Captain George Bregent, Fusilier Horace Brailsford, Private Laurent Ernest Bremner, Lance Sergeant Robert Moffat Gillan Bremner, Private Robert Brenchley, Gunner Aubrey Raymond Brend, Private John Julian Gerard Brenner, Rifleman Joseph Brennan, Sergeant Martin Holmes Brennan, Major Roger Seward Brennan, Flying Officer William Stanley Brennan, Corporal William Edward Brennan, Private Philip Joseph Brenner, Private Gilbert Brereton, Private John Breslin, Lance Corporal Peter Joseph Bresnahan, Rifleman Lloyd Henry Bressett, Private Reginald Harold Bretherick, Private Henri Georges Breton, Lieutenant Ernest William Brett, Private Leslie Clifford Brett, Private Joseph Brew, Gunner Alfred Ernest Charles Brewer, Lieutenant Barry Morton Brewer, Private Charles Brewer, Trooper Charles Edward Brewer, Flying Officer Gordon William Brewer, Pilot Officer Hedley Royden Brewer, Private Keith John Brewer, Private Robert Edward Brewer, Sapper Ronald Norman Brewer, Corporal William D. Brewer, Private William James Brewer, Private George Thomas Bruin, Lieutenant Ronald Bruin, Major James Brewis, Private Donald Verdon Brewster, Private Jack Adnett Brewster, Signalman George Bryan, Private Jack Bryan, Private Leo Alexander Bryand, Corporal Edward Frank Bryant, Private Leslie Ronald Bryce, Lance Bombardier Geoffrey James Lawton Brick, Private Frederick William Ernest Brickles, Guardsman George Frederick Brickwood, Private Adelard Bridow, Private Norman Bridow, Private Harold Douglas Bryden, Private Francis Ardley Bridge, Corporal George Alfred Bridge, Corporal William James Bridge, Trooper Roger Bridgman, Private Arthur Gerald David Bridges, Private Frank Bridges, Private Gordon Leslie Bridges, Rifleman Llewellyn Lewis Bridges, Private Edward James Bridgman, Lance Corporal George Arthur Bridgewater, Private Clarence V. Bridle, Lance Corporal Desmond George Bridle, Private John Thomas Brierley, Signalman John Vincent Brierley, Sergeant Albert Briggs, Sergeant Dennis Rushworth Briggs, Corporal Fred Briggs, Private Frederick Briggs, Private Geoffrey Briggs, Private Henry Alexander Briggs, Trooper James Briggs, Guardsman Joseph Briggs, Private Russell Edward Briggs, Private William Briggs, Private Cyril Brigham, Major John Bright, Corporal Henry Brighton, Lance Corporal Godfrey Nicholas Hammond Brill, Private Peter Brimblecombe, Sapper Derek Thomas Brind, Private Frank Brind, Lance Corporal David Brindle, Gunner James Norman Brindle, Trooper Cyril Arthur Brindley, Private Tom Brindley, Flying Officer James Henry Bringlow, Private Cecil Francis Brinkley, Private Frederick James Brinsden, Driver Frederick William Brinsden, Corporal Norman Ernest Frank Brinsden, Rifleman Kenneth James Brint, Private Christopher Briscoe, Flying Officer Ian Mackenzie Briscoe, Private William George Brisdion, Private Albert Brissenden, Trooper George Joseph Brissett, Corporal Robert McCabe Bristol, Trooper Arthur Reginald Bristol, Bombardier Ernest Oliver Bristow, Private Gerald Arthur Bristow, Private Henry Walter Bristow, Private Peter John Bristow, Private Stanley George Bristow, Private Steve Brittu, Private Harold Frederick Britland, Sergeant Percy Britt, Corporal James Britton, Private Thomas William Britton, Private Graham Ronald Britton, Private Percy Brittlebank, Private Frederick Britton, Lance Corporal George Carlton Britton, Driver Herbert John Britton, Private John Britton, Lance Corporal John Ewing Britton, Private Arthur James Broad, Private Benjamin Walter Broad, Telegraphist William Robert Broad, Private Charles William Broadbent, Private Albert Thomas Broadfield, Private James George Broadfoot, Sapper Robert Welsh Broadfoot, Private Harold T. Broadhead, Sergeant John Broadhead, Private Samuel Joseph Broadhurst, Private Walter Broadley, Private Charles Broadwell, Lance Corporal William Ernest Brobson, Private Paul Brochu, Sapper Ernest Thomas Brock, Bombardier John Leopold George Brock, Private John George Jefferson Brockbanks, Major William Brockhill, Captain Alan John William Brocky, Private Fred Brocklehurst, Private George Brocklehurst, Private Harry Brocklesby, Gunner Leslie Harry Brockman, Private Walter Francis Brockwell, Private Thomas Broddle, Lieutenant Alan Boyd Brodie, Driver David Brodie, Driver Robert Brodie, Signalman Stanley Francis Brodie, Private Burtis James Brogan, Private Francis Owen Brogan, Private John Brogan, Major Charles Vere Broke, Trooper Dennis Charles Arthur Bromby, Private James Bromilow, Private Benjamin Albert Bromley, Private Gerald Garner Bromley, Lieutenant John Lee Bromley, Guardsman Frank Brooke, Lance Corporal Geoffrey Michael Brooke, Lance Corporal Harold Brooke, Rifleman Harry Brooke, Private Horace Brooke, Gunner Jesse Brooke, Lieutenant David Brooke, Major David Mallory Brooke, Lieutenant Raymond Charles Brooke, Sapper Robert Brooke, Private Reginald Stanley Brooker, Private Ronald Charles Brooker, Lance Bombardier Albert Brooks, Corporal Archibald Brooks, Lance Sergeant Bernard Brooks, Corporal Edward Brooks, Lance Corporal John Thomas Brooks, Private Robert Brooks, Driver Ronald Brooks, Private Thomas Brooks, Private George Francis Brookfield, Private Herbert Eustace Richard Brookman, Lance Corporal John Brookman, Private Albert Edward Brooks, Private Alec Brooks, Corporal Arthur Charles Brooks, Corporal Arthur Robert Brooks, Private Bertram Brooks, Private Dennis Reginald Brooks, Private Frederick Charles Benjamin Brooks, Private George Douglas Brooks, Sergeant George Stanley Brooks, Private Harry Brooks, Lance Corporal Henry M. Brooks, Gunner James Harry Brooks, Lieutenant James Robert Brooks, Craftsman Joseph Brooks, Gunner Lawrence Orlo Brooks, Leading Seaman Lionel Alfred Charles Brooks, Private Nathaniel Brooks, Private Robert Clark Brooks, Private Robert John Brooks, Rifleman Roy William Brooks, Fusilier William Brooks, Corporal William Elias Brooks, Sergeant Thomas Brooksbank, Private Edward George Broom, Warrant Officer 2nd Class Herbert James Broom, Warrant Officer 2nd Class Robert Edward Broom, Private Cyril Broom, Private James Joseph Brophy, Rifleman Timothy Edward Brophy, Lieutenant Albert Edmund Brosseau, Major Leon Joseph Brosseau, Trooper Neville John Brotherhood, Lieutenant Herbert Denham Brotheridge, Rifleman Stanley Arthur Brothers, Private Joseph Wilfrid Bruard, Lance Sergeant Thomas Bruff, Private Thomas Henry Bruff, Major Benjamin James Bruffton, Sergeant Donald Henry Gilbert Browett, Private Albert Brown, Private Albert Brown, Trooper Albert Ernest Brown, Lieutenant Albert Homer Brown, Gunner Albert Victor Brown, Lance Corporal Alfred Brown, Trooper Alfred Brown, Private Alfred Leslie Brown, Trooper Alfred Lorne Broddy Brown, Corporal Alan Brown, Lieutenant Angus George Steele Brown, Lance Corporal Archibald Brown, Sergeant Arthur Brown, Driver Arthur Leslie Brown, Private Arthur William Brown, Captain Basil Francis Brown, Rifleman Charles Hubert Brown, Private Charles Joseph Brown, Trooper Charles W. Brown, Private Cyril Brown, Sapper Daniel McTaggart Brown, Private David James Brown, Sapper David Orchison Brown, Private Dennis Brown, Private Dennis Neville Brown, Lance Corporal Dixon Brown, Private Dominic Brown, Sergeant Donald Brown, Lieutenant Douglas Thomas Brown, Private Douglas Walter Brown, Warrant Officer, 2nd Class, Edward Evan Brown. Gunner, Edwin Arthur Brown. Lieutenant, Edwin Robert Brown. Sergeant, Eric Findon Brown. Private, Eric Lawrence Brown. Trooper, Ernest Brown. Private, Ernest George Brown. Rifleman, Ernest Harold Brown. Private, Francis Robert Brown. Private, Frank Brown. Trooper, Frederick John Brown. Private, Frederick Allen Brown. Private, Geoffrey Edward John Brown. Lance Corporal George Brown. Corporal George Brown. Private, George Alexander Brown. Corporal George Andrew Brown. Sergeant George Charles Brown. Lieutenant George Colin Brown. Private George William Brown. Corporal Gilbert Brown. Lieutenant Gordon McGowan Brown. Private Hall Brown. Bombardier Harold Nelson Brown. Private Harold Simpson Brown. Corporal Harry Arthur Brown. Private Herbert George Brown. Sergeant Horace Frank Brown. Lance Corporal Isaacs Edwin Brown. Private Ivan Henry James Brown. Sergeant Jack Douglas Brown. Trooper James Brown. Trooper James Brown. Sergeant James Allen Brown. Private James Ernest Brown. Lance Corporal James Ferguson Brown. Trooper James Harry Lumsden Brown. Sapper James Richard Brown. Private James Riddle Brown. Bombardier James William Edward Brown. Rifleman John Brown. Captain John Bernard Brown. Private John Braidwood Brown. Private John Brock Brown. Private John Burton Brown. Trooper John C. Brown. Gunner John Frederick Brown. Sergeant John Herbert Brown. Private John Hogg Brown. Lance Sergeant John Richard Brown. Trooper Joseph Brown. Trooper Joseph William Brown. Private Joseph William Brown. Trooper Leslie Cyril Brown. Lance Bombardier Leslie James Brown. Private Lorne Brown. Lance Corporal Mark Sterling Brown. Private Nelson Ernest Brown. Lieutenant Norman Arlo Brown. Lieutenant Norman Harold Victor Brown. Private Patrick Brown. Private Percy Brown. Sapper Percy St. Elmo Brown. Trooper Peter Jackson Brown. Sergeant Ralph Richardson Brown. Sergeant Reginald Harry Brown. Private Reginald Henry Brown. Lance Sergeant Robert James Brown. Private Robert Louis Brown. Private Robert M. Brown. Marine Robert Reginald Cyril Brown. Corporal Sidney Brown. Driver Sidney James Brown. Private Stanley Brown. Private Stanley Brown. Lieutenant Stanley Sinclair Brown. Chaplain 4th Class, the Reverend Walter Leslie Brown. Private Theodore Brown. Corporal Thomas Duncan Brown. Major Thomas Henry Brown. Sergeant Tom Leonard Brown. Private Vernon Emery Brown. Corporal Walter Ernest Brown. Private Walter Morgan Brown. Private Wilfred John Brown. Private William Brown. Corporal William Brown. Private William Brown. Private William Edward Brown. Private William Ernest Kenneth Brown. Sergeant William Hall Brown. Corporal William Ingalls Brown. Private William Joseph Brown. Corporal William Mercer Brown. Gunner William White Brown. Flight Lieutenant William Wood Lindsay Brown. Sergeant Brown. Corporal Dennis Ernest Brown. Trooper Frank Phillips Brown. Sergeant James Samuel Brown. Major John Castles Brown. Lieutenant Michael Morley Metzen Brown. Master Robert Tyrer Brown. Trooper James Brownell. Guardsman Jason Brownlee. Trooper William John Brownlee. Private George Brownlee. Private Henry Brownrigg. Rifleman Eude Brownston. Private Stuart Arnold Brownswood. Private Eldon Francis Brox. Private Stanley Broxup. Trooper William Ellsworth Broyles. Corporal Alexander Bruce. Corporal Arthur Leonard Bruce. Private Edward Bruce. Lance Corporal Frank Lawrence Bruce. Piper George Bruce. Lance Corporal James Bruce. Trooper James Edward Bruce. Gunner Lorne Earl Bruce. Sergeant Reginald Oviles Bruce. Gunner Robert Bruce. Lance Corporal Robert Alexander Bruce. Private Walter Bruce. Corporal William Bruce. Private William Fallon Bruce. Corporal Robert Alistair Bruce Scott. Sapper Herbert Brunel. Private George Albert Bruton. Lance Corporal John William Bruffin. Major Edward Jeffreys Bruford. Private Joseph Bruneau. Private John Brunel. Private Guy Brunet. Private Eric John Brunning. Rifleman Louis Gerald Brunning. Private Arthur Frank Brunt. Sergeant George Enoch Graham Brunt. Corporal Samuel Brunt. Private Gordon Ross Brush, Corporal Gerard Bruyere, Rifleman Hector Joseph Bruyere, Trooper Charles George Bryan, Corporal Geoffrey Roger Bryan, Sergeant James Alexander Bryan, Wing Commander John Michael Bryan, Captain Raymond Douglas Bryan, Marine Thomas William Bryan, Private William Bryan, Lance Corporal Alfred James Robert Bryant, Private Arthur James Bryant, Private Augustus John Bryant, Lance Bombardier Charles Henry Bryant, Gunner Ernest Bryant, Lance Bombardier George Bryant, Trooper Jack Stanley Michael Bryant, Private James Bryant, Private John Thomas Bryant, Private Reginald Charles Bryant, Lance Bombardier William Henry Bryant, Private William John Bryant, Captain John Tarbell Bryden, Marine Edward Charles Bridges, Captain Q. Stanley Bridges, Private Robert William Bridges, Private Ralph H. Bryden, Sergeant Samuel Bryden, Private Edward Breyer, Private Thomas Brine, Flying Officer Frederick Harry Bryan, Able Seaman Robert Bryson, Corporal William Bryson, Private Copel Bubb, Lance Corporal Cyril William Bubb, Private William Young Buchan, Trooper Clyde B. Buchanan, Lance Corporal Donald Buchanan, Private Finley Buchanan, Pilot Officer John Donald Buchanan, Private William James Buchanan, Lieutenant John Buck, Gunner George Donald Buckby, Corporal Thomas Henry Buckby, Corporal Herbert John Buckle, Guardsman Dennis Henry Percy Buckingham, Private Francis George Buckingham, Private Arthur Sidney Buckland, Private Ernest Kenneth Buckle, Fusilier Harold Vincent Buckles, Guardsman Alban Buckley, Private Albert Austin Buckley, Sergeant Alfred Buckley, Trooper Colin Bowditch Buckley, Gunner George Buckley, Private George Duggan Buckley, Gunner Joseph Buckley, Private Charles William Buckman, Sapper Wendelin Buckmayer, Lance Sergeant George Francis William Buckner, Corporal Edward Thomas Bucknell, Captain John Anthony Bucknell, Private Henry Buckthorpe, Lieutenant Douglas Garlike Buckton, Sergeant Frederick Richard Budd, Private Frederick William George Budd, Private George Lloyd Budd, Lance Sergeant Malcolm Herbert Budd, Lieutenant Donald Barney Budge. Driver Harry James Budge. Second Lieutenant Mervyn John Budworth. Gunner Bert Buffery. Flight Lieutenant Theodore Alexander Bugg. Sergeant Ernest Arthur Buggy. Private Cornelius Peter Buller. Signalman Michael Burakowski. Private Bernard Bull. Guardsman Clarence Victor Bull. Corporal Cyril Bull. Private Dudley Arthur Bull. Private Ernest Bull. Corporal Fred Gordon Bull. Private John William Bull. Private Kenneth Francis Bull. Private Stanley Elliot Bull. Lance Sergeant William Herbert George Bull. Private William John Bull. Lance Sergeant Leonard George Henry Bullide. Private Cecil Bernard Bullen. Lance Corporal Herbert Lawrence Bullitt. Gunner William Spence Bullock. Lieutenant Colonel James George Bullock. Private Jonah Bullock. Corporal Norman Bullock. Rifleman Paul Bullock. Second Lieutenant John Reginald Bullman. Lieutenant Norman Cyril Bulmer. Corporal Harold Frederick Bullpin. Private Reginald George Bullpit. Private Richard Arthur Bumstead. Corporal Harvey Charles Bunce. Seaman Samuel Bartlett Bunce. Major Thomas Gordon Bundock. Private Ernest William Bunn. Private George Bunn. Private George Bunn. Private Gordon William Bunn. Gunner Harold Thomas Bunn. Corporal William Henry James Bunn. Gunner Charles William Bunnell. Private George Bunning. Lance Sergeant Leonard William Bunning. Private Arthur Victor Bunting. Lance Corporal Clarence George Bunting. Squadron Leader Edward Nigel Bunting. Lance Corporal Harold Bunting. Bombardier James Bunting. Private James William Bunting. Fusilier Robert Bunting. Guardsman Ronald Bunting. Marine Kenneth Charles Bunyan. Private George Alfred Burberry. Lieutenant Peter Darcy Burbage. Private Rex Berbera. Lance Corporal William Thomas Burbridge. Lieutenant Colonel Richard Percival Hawksley Burberry. Lance Corporal James Birch. Sapper Morris Birch. Private Reginald Walter Albert Birch. Lance Corporal Ronald Bird. Private Alfred Leslie Burden. Private Harold Burden. Private Jack Kenneth Burden. Captain Joseph Warren Burden. Private Robert Frederick Burden. Private Robert Burder. Private Arthur Burdett. Private Thomas Burdett. Sergeant Russell Eugene Anthony Burdick. Gunner John Henry Burfitt. Sapper Charles W. Burford. Private Charles Hicks Burge. Second Lieutenant Brian Ravensdale Burgess. Lance Sergeant Albert Stanley Burgess. Lance Corporal Alfred Anthony Burgess. Lance Bombardier Clifford Burgess. Corporal Edward James Burgess. Lance Corporal Ernest William Arthur Burgess. Private Frederick Burgess. Rifleman Frederick Burgess. Corporal John James Burgess. Private Kenneth Morris Burgess. Private Leonard Richard Burgess. Flight Sergeant Malcolm Robert Burgess. Sergeant Mervyn Henry Burgess. Private Reuben Charles Burgess. Lieutenant Roy Benyon Burgess. Rifleman William Burgess. Signalman George A. Burgett. Lance Bombardier Cyril Robert Burgin. Private James Albert Burgoyne. Trooper Russell William Charles Burgoyne. Private Burker. Sergeant Andrew Burke. Trooper Austin John Burke. Warrant Officer Douglas Leopold Burke. Private George William Burke. Guardsman Herman Edward Burke. Marine James Michael Burke. Corporal James William Burke. Trooper Joseph Burke. Warrant Officer First Class Joseph Burke. Lance Corporal Marvin Theodore Burke. Private Robert Joseph Burke. Rifleman Tex Charles Burke. Lance Corporal William Thomas Burke. Lance Sergeant Arthur Burkett. Signalman Ronald Burkett. Private Stanley Alvin Burkett. Private Frederick Burkett. Lance Sergeant John Burkowski. Soldier Burko Tako. Private Herbert Burley. Lance Sergeant Harold William Burling. Private Ernest William Burlington. Private Leonard Albert Berman. Corporal Edmund William Byrne. Lieutenant Harvey Simeon Bernard. Private Harold Byrne. Captain Roger Sambrook Byrne. Lance Corporal Frederick Henry Burnell. Lieutenant Michael Frederick Burness. Private William Burnett. Private Arthur Frank Burnett. Private Donald James Burnett. Sapper Henry George Burnett. Corporal Ian James Burnett. Rifleman Robert Graham Burnett. Private Simon Thomas Burnett. Private William Burnett. Private William Dennis Burnham, Lieutenant Ronald Burnhope, Rifleman Edgar John Burns, Corporal Ernest Burns, Sergeant Frank Burns, Corporal Hugh Patrick Burns, Private John Burns, Rifleman John Thomas Burns, Sergeant Murray L. Burns, Sergeant Robert Burns, Lieutenant Robert Charles Burns, Corporal Robert Earl Burns, Sergeant Sidney Burns, Guardsman Terence Burns, Warrant Officer Second Class Harold Harrison Burr, Private Leonard George Burr, Sapper Percy John Burr, Major Peter Francis Burr, Gunner Lawrence Leroy Burridge, Sergeant William James Burridge, Lance Corporal Alexander Burrell, Sergeant James John Burrell, Private John William Burrell, Private Wilbert Isaac Burrill, Private Ronald William Albert Burrows, Trooper Harrison Douglas Burrow, Private Arthur Burrows, Private Eric Edward Burrows, Trooper Francis Lyman Burrows, Corporal George Kitchener Burrows, Private Gordon H. J. Burrows, Corporal Harvey Burrows, Private Herbert Everett Burrows, Trooper Ronald Henry Burrows, Private Frank Bursell, Private Ernest Edward Burston, Private Henry William Burt, Gunner James Ivan Burt, Private William Burt, Lance Corporal William Henry Burt, Sapper William Thomas Burt, Lance Corporal Albert Dudley Burton, Private Albert William Burton, Lance Sergeant Bertie William Burton, Trooper Charles Thomas Burton, Trooper Cyril Burton, Private George Alfred Burton, Sergeant Gerald Edward Burton, Trooper Harold Burton, Private Herbert Rupert Burton, Sergeant John Burton, Private John Novell Burton, Private John Thomas Burton, Lance Corporal Reginald Burton, Private Robert Burton, Pilot Officer Robert Elwood Burton, Private Samuel Burton, Private William Thomas Burton, Private James Henry Louvain Burwood, Lieutenant Frank James Lindsay Berry, Trooper John Abbott Busbridge, Private Frederick Busby, Private Raymond Arthur Busby, Private Vincent Charles Busby, Private Ernest Charles Bush, Gunner George Edward Bush. Sergeant William Richard Bush. Lieutenant Andrew Fraser Bushell. Sergeant Douglas Harry Stephen Bushell. Captain William Newsom Bushill. Corporal Frank Sidney Bushnell. Private Donald Calistro Bussolini. Rifleman Arthur Buss. Private Armand Joseph Bussiere. Private Bert Bastide. Captain Robert Bastide. Sergeant William Wallace Bazowski. Private James Butchart. Private Alfred Charles Butcher. Lance Corporal Arthur Butcher. Private Arthur Gilbert Butcher. Lance Corporal John C. Butcher. Private Mark Butcher. Private Robert Butcher. Private Samuel Eric George Butcher. Private Leslie Thomas Butland. Private Alfred Austin Butler. Private Bernard Butler. Major Brian Deere Butler. Rifleman Charles Raymond Butler. Rifleman Edgar Dawson Butler. Trooper Frank John Butler. Sergeant Frederick Butler. Corporal Jack Dennis Butler. Bombardier John Butler. Rifleman John Hilliard Noel Butler. Gunner John William Butler. Private Joseph Butler. Private Kenneth William Butler. Private Lawrence Butler. Gunner Philip Norman Butler. Bombardier Reginald John Butler. Lieutenant Roger Montgomery Butler. Private William Charles Butler. Corporal Lloyd Douglas Butlin. Private Ronald Alfred Butt. Trooper Joseph Henry Buttle. Private Alfred Butterfield. Lance Corporal Keith Butters. Private Lawrence Sylvester Butters. Corporal Arthur Butterworth. Lance Sergeant Harry Butterworth. Trooper Kenneth Butterworth. Private Alfred Benoni Buttery. Private Charles Henry Buttevant. Ordinary Seaman Cyril W. Button. Sergeant Dennis George Button. Lance Corporal Frederick Sidney Button. Private Harry Button. Trooper Kenneth James Button. Company Sergeant Major Reginald Arthur Buttress. Private Roderick Butts. Private William Batula. Corporal John Charles Buxey. Private Cyril Ernest Buxton. Private Eric Arthur Buxton. Driver Leslie John Buxton. Major Peter Stapleton Buxton. Lieutenant Kenrick Grant Bye. Lieutenant Michael Peter Firth Biesman. Craftsman Richard Alexander Norman Buzak. Second Lieutenant Ernest Eames Buzzard. Sergeant Joseph Henry Bayard, Gunner Geoffrey Byatt, Private William John Byatt, Bombardier Abraham Byer, Sergeant David James Byers, Private Desmond Byers, Private Robert Byers, Lieutenant Francis Russell Dacres Byng, Private Clarence M. Byrne, Private Jack Byrne, Private John Byrne, Fusilier John Byrne, Corporal Joseph Byrne, Driver Joseph Byrne, Guardsman Joseph Byrne, Trooper Patrick Kevin Byrne, Private William Joseph Byrne, Private Albert Bolam Byrom, Private Cyril Byron, Gunner George Edward Daniel Bytheway, Private James Lambert Bytheway, Lance Sergeant Douglas Thomas Bywater, Lance Corporal Jonathan Bywater.
Lance Corporal Napoleon Cabana, Marine Albert Victor Cable, Private Marcel Cadieux, Corporal Raymond Caderet, Private Edward James Cadwallader, Lieutenant James Vasey Caesar, Driver Donald Hubert Cage, Lance Corporal William G. Cahill, Private Leonard Walter George Kane, Sapper William Kane, Private Charles Dennis Kane, Gunner Sid Whitworth Kane, Bombardier George Snedden Kearney, Sergeant James Kearney, Sapper Alan Cairns, Private Charles Cairns, Sergeant David Cairns, Driver David Cairns, Lance Corporal Frederick Cairns, Lance Sergeant Gordon Charles Cairns, Lance Corporal John Cairns, Private John Cairns, Lance Corporal John Inglis Cairns, Lieutenant Leslie George Cairns, Private Roy Cairns, Marine Stanley Cairns, Corporal William Carson Cairns, Lance Corporal Paul Edward Casey, Gunner Stanley Frank Cake, Rifleman William Cuthbertson Calvert, Private Ronald Bruce Calbury, Lance Corporal David Borland Calder, Driver Kenneth Donald Calder, Guardsman Richard Gordon Calder, Private William Thomas Calder, Private John Keith Caldecott, Lance Corporal Frederick Charles Caldwell, Private James Houston Caldwell, Lance Sergeant Lorne Howard Caldwell, Lieutenant Nigel David Riviere Colkin, Trooper Edwin Callahan, Private Harry Callahan, Bombardier James J. Callahan, Private John David Callahan, Sergeant Kenneth George Callahan, Sapper Ernest Sidney Calloway, Private James Mason Callender, Trooper Thomas Neil Callender, Private Kenneth Calley, Driver Cyril Charles Callow, Corporal Charles Colwood, Sergeant William Harvey Calmaine, Private Fernley Roland Carver, Fusilier John Percy Carver, Lance Corporal Alfred Calvert, Private Donald Calvert, Sergeant Jack Calvert, Corporal Raymond Victor Calvert, Trooper William Calvert, Trooper James Cambridge, Sergeant Alexander George Cameron, Private Arthur Cameron, Lance Sergeant Brian Cameron, Lance Bombardier Daniel Cameron, Trooper George Robertson Cameron, Rifleman James Ewing Cameron, Lance Corporal John Cameron, Captain John Alexander Cameron, Sapper John Duncan Cameron, Private Joseph Marius Cameron, Private Leslie Clifton Cameron, Lance Corporal Melvin Stewart Cameron, Flying Officer Morley Llewellyn Cameron, Private Peter Cameron, Private Robert Cameron, Private Ronald Veldon Cameron, Private William Cameron, Gunner William Donnan Cameron, Private William Hugh Cameron, Corporal William R. Cameron, Private Morris Irvin George Camfield, Private Ernest Cam, Private Victor Wilfrid Camp, Private Aldo John Campagnolo, Private Alexander Campbell, Flying Officer Alan William Campbell, Private Alva Ernest Campbell, Guardsman Archibald Kennedy Campbell, Lance Corporal Colin Campbell, Sapper Cyril Alvin Campbell, Corporal David Birkmeyer Campbell, Private Donald Campbell, Lieutenant Donald Edward Campbell, Corporal Duncan Campbell, Private Edward Oswald Campbell, Lance Corporal Ewan McLean Campbell, Marine Finley D. Campbell, Gunner Frederick James Campbell, Private Henry Campbell, Private Ian Campbell, Private James Campbell, Corporal James Campbell, Sergeant James Campbell, Trooper James Campbell, Private James Campbell, Corporal James A. Campbell, Lieutenant James Frederick Campbell, Trooper James Graham Campbell, Captain James Hilton Stewart Campbell, Lieutenant James Ross Dick Campbell, Flying Officer James Smith Crichton Campbell, Trooper John Campbell, Rifleman John Campbell, Trooper John Bennett Campbell, Rifleman John Edward Campbell, Private John Edward Campbell, Private John Henry Campbell, Captain John William Campbell, Guardsman Leslie Campbell, Private Malcolm Campbell, Private Malcolm MacDonald Campbell, Ordinary Signalman Malcolm Robert Campbell, Trooper Neil John McIver Campbell, Private Nielsen Campbell, Ordinary Seaman Patrick J. Campbell, Sapper Robert Campbell, Private Robert Campbell, Rifleman Russell James Campbell, Private Thomas Campbell, Private Vernon Francis Campbell, Private Vincent Bernard Campbell, Lance Corporal William Campbell, Trooper William George Frayne Campbell, Flying Officer William Ronald Campbell, Gunner William Young Campbell, Private Alfred Campin, Second Lieutenant Lawrence John Campion, Private Albert Victor Campling, Sapper Harold Campy, Lance Corporal Joseph Canavan, Private George Candler, Flight Lieutenant John Muir Candlish, Private William Thomas Canham, Corporal George Alfred Canning, Private George James Canning, Lance Corporal Robert William Canning, Driver Walter Canning, Private Walter Eric Cannings, Private Charles Victor Cannon, Private George Albert Cannon, Fusilier Norman Cannon, Lieutenant Thornton George Lindsay Cannon, Trooper Robert Woodrow Cantillon, Private Robert Cantin, Private Roger Frank Cantin, Lieutenant Colonel Stuart Stephen Tufnell Cantley, Private George C. Cantlon, Private William Joseph Canton, Lance Corporal Herbert Edward Cantwell, Private Lawrence Walsh Cantwell, Rifleman Alfred William Canty, Chaplain 4th Class the Reverend Robert Edward Cape, Private Charles Thomas Capelin, Corporal Charles Capewell, Sapper Joseph Capewell, Private George Caplin, Major Reginald Arthur Caplin, Gunner Colin Capper, Sergeant John Kappelman, Rifleman Vasil Kapraru, Trooper James Edmund Carra, Private William Howell Carberry, Gunner Albert William Card, Private Edward Albert Cardozo, Private David Cardwell, Trooper Leonard Cardwell Hill, Lance Corporal Derek Dew Cardy, Private Sheldon F. Carefoot, Private Clarence Allen Carey, Lieutenant George Henry Leonard Carey, Lance Corporal Michael Carey, Gunner Norman James Carey, Lance Corporal Robert Watson Carey, Pilot Officer Robert William Burdell Carey, Lieutenant James Cargill, Private Morris William Carris, Driver Reginald Carris, Gunner Thomas Carles, Private Ernest John Carlton, Private Patrick Carlin, Private William Carlin, Trooper Frank Ernest Carlos, Private John Oscar Clifford Carlson, Flight Lieutenant Arthur Ernest Carlton, Private Joseph Carlton, Sergeant Morris Quarton Carlton, Pilot Officer Stanley Carlisle, Rifleman Charles Elmer Kenneth Carmichael, Flying Officer Duncan Alexander Carmichael, Corporal John Carmichael, Private Joseph Carmichael, Lance Sergeant Thomas Edward Carmichael, Private Frank Carnell, Private Harry Bertram Carnell, Major James Lindsay Carnegie, Chaplain 4th Class the Reverend Cameron Dundas Carnegie, Private Gerard Carnevale, Private Francis Carney, Private Harry Carney, Private John Carney, Gunner Clifford Carpendale, Lance Corporal Albert Henry George Carpenter, Private Cyril Christopher Carpenter, Sergeant Ernest Carpenter, Private Leslie Carpenter, Sergeant Leslie Eric Carpenter, Private William John Carpenter, Guardsman Adrian John Robert Whitelaw Carr, Private Cecil Noel Carr, Private Charles Leonard Carr, Corporal Harold Edward Carr, Sapper Harry Carr, Corporal Jesse Victor Carr, Private Joseph Carr, Rifleman Joseph Edward Carr, Private Leslie Carr, Sergeant Raymond Carr, Private Reginald Rupert Carr, Private Thomas Carr, Rifleman William Carr, Private Frederick Carradus, Trooper James Charlie Carragher, Captain Michael Howard Carrick, Captain Richard James David Carrick, Corporal Sidney Arthur Carrick, Corporal Robert Carey, Private Allard Carrier, Private Gabriel Emile Carrière, Rifleman William Joseph Carrière, Private Lawrence Eric Carrington, Private Albert William Victor Carroll, Private Arthur Carroll, Lieutenant Bernard Charles Carroll, Private Bernard Clarence Carroll, Private Francis Carroll, Private John Carroll, Private Patrick Stanley Carroll, Fusilier Walter Shoesmith Carroll, Private Charles Carruthers, Private Frank Young Carse, Pilot Officer Douglas Alexander Carson, Private William Spence Carswell, Private Aaron Carter, Able Seaman Alex Carter, Lieutenant Arthur Carter, Marine Arthur E. Carter, Private Charles Edward Carter, Private Charles Lawrence Carter, Captain Dennis John Carter, Trooper Donald Alfred Carter, Private Edward Frederick Carter, Private Eric Carter, Private Ernest Carter, Private Ernest Joseph Carter, Lieutenant Ernest William Carter, Stoker First Class Francis Carter, Corporal George Carter, Signalman George John Carter, Sergeant Harry Oliver Carter, Private Henry Matthew Carter, Private Henry Thomas Carter, Private Henry Wilfred Carter, Private Herbert Henry Carter, Private James Thomas Carter, Lieutenant James William Carter, Private John Edwin Carter, Trooper John William Carter, Trooper John William George Carter, Trooper Joseph Carter, Private Kenneth Frank Carter, Private Lawrence Henry Carter, Corporal Percy Carter, Lieutenant Philip Gordon Carter, Private Ronald George Carter, Corporal Samuel Carter, Lance Corporal Sidney Thomas Carter, Private Sidney Henry Carter, Private Walter Reginald Carter, Private William Carter, Corporal William John Carthew, Private Thomas Carthy, Private John Cartledge, Lance Sergeant Herbert Cartledge, Lance Sergeant Alfred Cartwright, Private Arthur Cartwright, Rifleman Douglas Clare Cartwright, Private Ernest Cartwright, Lance Corporal Francis Edgar Frederick Cartwright, Lance Corporal Francis Richard Cartwright, Lieutenant Frederick Richard Cartwright, Private Harry Cartwright, Private Joseph Cartwright, Private Richard Roy Cartwright, Fusilier Samuel Cartwright, Private Stanley George Cartwright, Gunner Victor Harold James Cartwright, Sergeant William Owen Cartwright, Rifleman George Joseph Carafel, Sapper James Henry John Carver, Sapper Thomas Carwadine, Private George Edward Case, Private Stanley James Case, Lieutenant Willard Casely, Corporal Antoine Anthony Casey, Private Cornelius John Casey, Sapper Eric Nicholson Casey, Sergeant Patrick Casey, Lance Corporal Richard Casey, Captain Paul Trevor Cash, Flying Officer Irvin Nathaniel Caskey, Gunner Archibald Charles Caslake, Corporal Ernest Francis Cazorso, Corporal Leslie Roy Cass, Gunner Ronald Charles Castleman, Lance Corporal Norman Walter Cassie, Lance Corporal Bartholomew Cassidy, Private Daniel Joseph Cassidy, Fusilier Henry Cassidy, Private Jack Buchanan Cassidy, Corporal James Cassidy, Private James Callahan Cassidy, Fusilier James Vincent Cassidy, Private Joseph Casson, Marine Robert Casson, Private Thomas Casson, Fusilier Albert Edward Caswell, Private James Caswell, Private Thomas Isaac Breener Catcher, Private Charles Alfred Catchpole, Private Philip George Catchpole, Trooper Jack Cater, Lance Bombardier Joseph James Caterer, Corporal William Arthur Caterer, Sapper Thomas Cathcart, Sergeant John Charles Catley, Lieutenant Douglas Shelton Catlin, Captain George Francis Catlin, Sapper George Catling, Rifleman James Robert Catling, Private Reginald Caton, Second Lieutenant Bernard Catzel, Private Douglas Harry Cattell, Gunner Eric Henry Charles Catamole, Trooper Donald Stanley Cattle, Lance Corporal John Henry Katz, Trooper George Arthur Pierce Caudle, Private John Francis Tyndale Cordwell, Sapper Bernard G. Caulfield, Lance Corporal Peter Joseph Caulfield, Private George Arthur Colton, Lance Corporal Armand Comartin, Private William Albert Charles Causley, Private Harold Cavahan, Private Frank Kavanagh, Lance Sergeant Patrick Kavanagh, Lance Corporal James Henry Cave, Gunner Peter Morris Cave, Private John Cavey, Lance Corporal Victor Ralph Cavell, Sapper Matthew Corr, Lieutenant Leonard Frederick Corley, Guardsman Robert Ernest Corley, Private Albert Stanley Causer, Captain Aubrey Conrad Causey, Private Frederick Kenneth Causey, Gunner John Wilson Court, Gunner William Ronald Cawthra, Trooper Eric Cawthray, Private Bryn Cayford, Lance Corporal John Charles Cayford, Sergeant Walter Frederick Cayford, Sergeant Kenneth Caserly, Trooper Joseph Seglarts, Private Anthony Cerulli, Wing Commander Lloyd Vernon Chadburn, Private William Henry Chadderton, Trooper Clyde S. Chaddock, Private John Oswald Chaddock, Lance Corporal Albert Thomas Chadwick, Private Harry Chadwick, Private John Chadwick, Private Kenneth Chadwick, Private Percy Chadwick, Sergeant Ronald Chadwick, Private Walter Chadwick, Trooper William Chadwick, Driver William George Chadwick, Private William Harry Chadwick, Lieutenant Michael Henry Chain Nixon, Gunner Francis Joseph Chason, Private George Harry William Chalcraft, Lance Corporal George Albert Chalk, Private Geoffrey French Chalk, Private William George Chalkley, Trooper Charles Challens, Private Sidney Challenger, Fusilier Raymond Ralph Chalice, Private Frank Challoner, Private Horace Challoner, Private Leslie George Stockton Challoner, Able Seaman Cyril George Chalice, Trooper Harold Chalice, Private Lawrence Albert Chalice, Driver David Chalmers, Private Gerald K. Chalmers, Bombardier Ian Fern Stewart Chalmers, Leading Steward James Chalmers, Corporal James Cooper Chalmers, Gunner James John Chalmers, Lance Corporal James Macpherson Chalmers, Lance Sergeant Robert Chalmers, Private Robert Jarney Chalmers, Driver William Chalmers, Gunner Arthur Leonard Chamberlain, Private Charles Carey Henry Chamberlain, Private Clarence Chamberlain, Trooper Dennis George Chamberlain, Private Frederick Albert Chamberlain, Corporal Ralph Edwin Chamberlain, Private Reginald Chamberlain, Sergeant Sidney Ernest Chamberlain, Private Thomas Henry Chamberlain, Sapper Harold Arthur Mason Chamberlain, Private Albert George Chambers, Private Donald Royce Chambers, Lance Corporal Frederick John Chambers, Sergeant Henry Alban Chambers, Captain Raymond Charles Chambers, Fusilier Richard Henry Chambers, Lance Corporal Thomas Chambers, Private Thomas Chambers, Trooper Thomas Frank Chambers, Rifleman Walter Chambers, Private William Henry Chambers, Private Chambers, Private Joseph Albert Champ, Lance Corporal William John Champagne, Sapper Dennis Alfred Bernard Champion, Private Francis Thomas Champion, Lance Corporal Herbert John Champion, Flight Lieutenant John Grimes Champion, Lance Corporal Leslie Frank Chancellor, Private Ernest Raymond Chandler, Private Frederick William Chandler, Lieutenant Jack Archibald Chandler, Sergeant Lawrence Stanley Dink Chandler, Private Reginald Edward Chandler, Signalman Richard Chandler, Trooper Kenneth Patrick Cheney, Lieutenant Ralph Cheney, Lieutenant Alec Frederick Channell, Private John Richard Channing, Flying Officer William Morton Chant, Sapper Widrington Chape, Lance Corporal Jean-Marie Chaplot, Private Bernard Walford Chapman, Private Brian Chapman, Lance Corporal Charles Edward Chapman, Private Clarence Claude Chapman, Lance Bombardier Colin Chapman, Lance Corporal Eric Dale Chapman, Private Frederick Chapman, Private Frederick Ernest Chapman, Private Frederick William Chapman, Private George Chapman, Sergeant George Samuel Chapman, Corporal Harry Chapman, Private James Alexander Chapman, Private John Gordon Chapman, Private John Joseph Chapman, Private Lawrence Adrian Chapman, Gunner Leslie Chapman, Lance Corporal Robert Chapman, Marine Robert Henry Chapman, Lance Sergeant Ronald Chapman, Corporal Sidney James Chapman, Private Stanley Chapman, Lance Sergeant Albert Edward Chappell, Private Charles Chappell, Lance Corporal James Chappell, Sergeant John Frederick Chappell, Flying Officer Peter Anthony Chappell, Private William Henry Chappell, Corporal Paul Vincent Charette, Rifleman Reuben Joseph Charette, Fusilier Arthur Charity, Private Ralph Charity, Lance Sergeant Alan Charles, Rifleman James Francis Charles, Lance Corporal Henry Percy Charlesworth, Lance Corporal George Charlison, Major Edward Gerard Charlton, Private Frederick Charlton, Private George Charlton, Sergeant John Charlton, Private Lawrence Charlton, Driver Amos James Charman, Sergeant Richard Charnley, Trooper Stanley Charnock, Trooper Albert Charon, Private John Charters, Lieutenant William James Charters, Rifleman Joseph A. Chartier, Private Charles Joseph Chartrand, Corporal Harry Lewis Chartrand, Lance Sergeant Lawrence Chartrand, Rifleman Lewis H. Chartrand, Private William Edward James Chase, Lance Corporal James Ray Martin Chassels, Fusilier William Chassels, Gunner Walter Chater, Private William Ormston Chater, Lance Corporal Alfred James Chatfield, Lieutenant John Anthony Cecil Chatfield, Private Kenneth Chatfield, Private Jules Chatillon, Sergeant Henry John Chatterton, Gunner Edward Chater, Private David Cheevins, Rifleman Alan Murray Cheeseman, Sapper Edwin L. Cheeseman, Private Harold Benjamin Cheeseman, Driver John Edward George Cheeseman, Corporal William Frederick Cheeseman, Sergeant George Ernest Cheffy, Private Stanley Cheffings, Captain Peter John Chell, Lieutenant Eric James Chellew, Sapper Joseph Jack Chennetts, Private Sidney Cheney, Private Albert Charles Chenier, Private Sam Richard Chermishnug, Rifleman Alfred Cherry, Lance Corporal Earl James Cherry, Private Louis Emile Chervek, Trooper Robert John Cheshire, Sergeant Leslie Chester, Private Thomas William Chester, Private Bernard Roy Albert Chesterman, Sergeant Eric Chesterman, Private Edward Hugh Chesters, Trooper Walter Thomas Chestney, Private Arthur Chesworth, Private George Chesworth, Gunner Albert Leslie Chettle, Captain Marcel Jacques Chevalier, Private Bertrand Ferdinand Chiasson, Private Raphael Chiasson, Lieutenant Gordon Chester Chicken, Lieutenant Aurel Chiquan, Trooper William James Chidley, Gunner Brian Chilcott, Lance Corporal Henry John Chilcott, Guardsman Ernest Edward Childs, Gunner Kenneth Bruce Childs, Private Walter David Childs, Sergeant Kenneth Childs, Driver Bertie Chilton, Private Dennis Chilton, Lance Corporal George Henry Chilton, Private Donald Albert Chilvers, Private Frederick Albert Chinnock, Lance Corporal Peter Chinsky, Private Donald Wellington Chippewa, Lance Corporal Jack Charles Chipping, Gunner Edward Arthur Chip Smith, Private Findley Chisholm, Private Philip Chisholm, Driver Robert Chisholm, Private Robert Chisholm, Trooper Norman William Chisnell, Private Graham Douglas Private Edward Chivers, Private Frederick George Chivers, Corporal Frederick George Chivers, Private Gilbert James Chivers, Private Mark William Henry Chivers, Private William George Chivers, Trooper Laurier Cholette, Lance Corporal Joseph B. Chomishin, Lieutenant Stanley Anthony Chop, Private Lawrence Thaddy Choquette, Rifleman Morris Joseph Choquette, Rifleman Roland Joseph Choquette, Private Henry Cholton, Corporal Herbert Cholton, Private Irene Chouinard, Private David Chocat, Private Frederick Leonard Chowan, Flying Officer William Ronald Chowan, Sapper Albert Edward Victor Christian, Sergeant Robert Christian, Private Christian Christiansen, Private Alexander Christie, Private Douglas Robert Christie, Sergeant Frederick Christie, Sergeant James Christie, Private James Christie, Lieutenant James Homer Christie, Private John Christie, Private Lionel Christie, Lieutenant Murray Whitmore Christie, Corporal Peter Christie, Lieutenant Michael Vandeleur Christie Miller, Sergeant William L. Christison, Corporal George M. Christison, Private Christopher Victor Martin Christmas, Lieutenant Richard Edward Christmas, Private Albert Edmund Christopher, Private Donald Percy Christopher, Lieutenant Norman Auger Christopherson, Lance Corporal John Crupelow, Lieutenant John Hartwell Chrysler, Lance Corporal Lawrence Henry Chubb, Private George Chudley, Rifleman Cyril John Chugg, Sergeant Charles Chun, Lance Corporal John Philip Harold Church, Gunner Joseph Church, Private Reginald Clarence Church, Able Seaman Ronald Church, Private Charles William Churcher, Signalman George Alexander Churchhouse, Private Alfred Thomas Churchill, Rifleman Benjamin W. Churchill, Lance Corporal Ira Dennis Churchill, Sergeant Thomas Fisher Churchill, Private Brian Churchman, Private Frederick John Churston, Private Louis Chirelli, Private Peter Chickillo, Sterzalek Sichon, Sergeant Ernest Gordon Siffery, Private Dennis John Circus, Private Cyril Jack Clabban, Private David Beatty Clabby, Private Hubert Victor Clack, Sergeant William Norman Clegg, Gunner Reginald Clamp, Corporal Herbert Joseph Clancy, Corporal Patrick Thomas Clancy, Private Rupert Clancy, Private James Clandfield, Major Thomas Lionel Ashburner Clapton, Private Robert William Clarabutt, Corporal Edward Clare, Corporal Norman Richard Clare, Lieutenant Oscar Samuel Clare, Private Reginald Arthur Claridge, Private Albert Edward Vincent Clark, Gunner Alexander Clark, Gunner Arthur Raymond Clark, Trooper Brian Clark, Trooper Cecil John Clark, Private Charles William Clark, Private Donald Clark, Private Donald Charles Clark, Bombardier Douglas Haig Clark, Marine Douglas James Clark, Private Eldred Albert Colenso Clark, Lance Sergeant Frank Clark, Flight Lieutenant Frank Joel Clark, Driver Fred Clark, Private George Clark, Lance Bombardier George Eric Leslie Clark, Private George Leonard Clark, Rifleman George Thomas Clark, Lance Corporal Gordon Grant Clark, Bombardier Harry Clark, Private Henry Sidney Clark, Private Henry Thomas Clark, Marine Herbert Clark, Flying Officer Hilary Daniel Clark, Trooper Jack Adair Clark, Private James Clark, Private James Arthur Clark, Lieutenant James Esmond Clark, Flying Officer James Harrison Clark, Private James Thomas Clark, Private John Clark, Lance Sergeant John Clark, Petty Officer John Albert Clark, Private John Edward Clark, Gunner John Macpherson Clark, Private John William Clark, Sergeant Joseph Clark, Private Joseph Charles Clark, Private Kenneth Jack Clark, Private Neil Lloyd Clark, Private Norman Clark, Gunner Norman Bailey Clark, Private Patrick Clark, Captain Philip Edmund Clark, Signalman Richard J. Clark, Corporal Robert Clark, Sergeant Robert Clark, Rifleman Robert Clark, Captain Robert Gordon Clark, Private Robert William Clark, Trooper Ronald A. Clark, Flying Officer Ronald Belmore Gower Edward Clark, Private Samuel Clark, Gunner Sidney Francis Clark, Private Stanley Leonard Clark, Guardsman Stanley William Clark, Private Thomas Clark, Private Thomas Clark, Private Thomas Reed Clark, Lance Corporal Walter Edward Clark, Warrant Officer First Class Wendell J. Clark, Corporal William Clark, Major William Arthur Clark, Private William Reginald John Clark, Private Albert Clark, Private Albert Charles Clark, Lieutenant Anthony Clark, Guardsman Arthur Russell Clark, Lieutenant Bernard John Clark, Private Colin Roger Danvers Clark, Guardsman David George Clark, Private Dennis Cedric William Clark, Lance Corporal Edward James Clark, Private Ernest Clark, Captain Ernest Desmond Clark, Private Frederick Claude Clark, Private Frederick William Clark, Private Frederick William Bill Clark, Private George Clark, Pilot Officer Gordon Harvey Clark, Lance Corporal Henry Clark, Private Jack William Clark, Fusilier James Clark, Able Seaman James Crawford Clark, Fusilier James Joseph Clark, Gunner James Stanley Clark, Lieutenant John Francis Clark, Private John Fred Clark, Private Norman Thurston Clark, Fusilier Patrick Joseph Clark, Corporal Percival V. Clark, Lance Sergeant Percy Clark, Major Peter Crisp Clark, Trooper Raymond Walter Clark, Private Reginald Walter David Clark, Fusilier Rex Castle Clark, Flight Lieutenant Richard Towers Clark, Trooper Robert Alfred Clark, Warrant Officer First Class Robert Edward Clark, Gunner Robert Roy Clark, Private Roy Burnett Clark, Lance Corporal Samuel Clark, Private Sidney Harold Clark, Trooper Stanley Stephen Clark, Marine Sidney Thomas Clark, Sapper Thomas Clark, Private Victor Clark, Sapper William George Clark, Private Arthur Clarkson, Private Charles Frederick Sterry Clarkson, Corporal Roland Clarkson, Bombardier Willis Orville Clarkston, Private Demas Theodore Clattenburg, Private Frank Clawn, Gunner Alfred F. Clavell, Lance Sergeant William Lawrence Goodman Clawson, Private Alfred Charles Claxton, Private Leslie Claxton, Sapper Eric Victor Clay, Signalman Harry Clay, Trooper Kenneth Paul Clay, Trooper Oswald Charles Clay, Private Albert Edward Clayton, Gunner Andrew Clayton, Guardsman Clarence Edward Clayton, Gunner George Henry Clayton, Private Harry Clayton, Private Jack Walter Clayton, Private Robert Clayton, Private Sidney Clayton, Private Stanley Ivor Clayton, Lieutenant Robert Smith Clazy, Sergeant George William Clear, Flight Lieutenant Henry Joseph Cleary, Warrant Officer 2nd Class Thomas Cleary, Lieutenant Noel Ramsey Cleaver, Corporal Horace Dennis Roy Clee, Flight Lieutenant Barrington Farr Cleaton, Lance Corporal Irvin Donald Cleft, Private Joseph Clegg, Sergeant Rennie Clegg, Private Ronald Clegg, Corporal Ronald Alfred Clegg, Corporal Thomas Clegg, Private William Edward Cleland, Fusilier John Cleland, Sergeant Harry Clement, Corporal Jean-Paul Clement, Trooper John Henry Clement, Fusilier William Archibald Henry Clement, Private Cyril Alfred William Clements, Private Eric Percy Clements, Private Herbert John Clements, Private John Clements, Lance Corporal John William Clements, Private Leonard Thomas Clements, Trooper Reginald James Clements, Trooper Stanley Edwin Clements, Pilot Officer James Harold Nimmo Clemenson, Sapper Colin James Ernest Clemson, Gunner Lawrence Clennon, Sergeant Dennis Herbert Clennell, Private Geoffrey Thomas Cleverley, Rifleman William Richard Arthur Cluley, Private Charles Edward Clulow, Lieutenant David Henry Alcock Clues, Private Kenneth Clues, Private Percy Clues, Fusilier Arthur Cliff, Private Eric Cliff, Private William Joseph Cliff, Private Alfred Charles Clifford, Private Horace Hall Clifford, Rifleman James Clift, Driver Lawrence Alfred Clift, Lance Corporal Robert Stanley Lewis Klein, Private Joseph Clinton, Private Reginald Arthur Clinton, Rifleman Melvin Oliver Clisby, Private Leonard Cloran, Sapper Alec Close, Sergeant Charles Edward Close, Trooper Raymond Kloss, Trooper Cyril Clough, Flying Officer Fred Clough, Private Frederick Clough, Guardsman Harry Clough, Sergeant John George William Clough, Sergeant Leonard Wilson Clough, Gunner Maynard Acton Clough, Private Thomas Barker Clough, Rifleman Walter James Clough, Corporal John William Clouston, Sergeant Mearns Sidney Clouston, Private William Clouston, Trooper Henri M. Cloutier, Private Ernest William Cloves, Leading Motor Mechanic Frederick Roy Clower, Corporal John Edward Clowes, Driver Frederick Alexander Clubb, Private Edward John Clutese, Private Frederick Klein, Private Francis Addis Code, Lieutenant Desmond Anthony Coakley, Sergeant Vernon Coker, Private Charles Coakley, Corporal Robert Melville Combe, Corporal Robert Cord, Private Baden Coton, Private Mark Coton, Pilot Officer Albert Lance Coates, Captain Anthony Richard Milnes Coates, Private Charles Coates, Lance Corporal Douglas Coates, Driver Douglas William Stanley Coates, Private Edward Alfred Coates, Private Frederick Arthur Coates, Rifleman Harry James Coates, Private Henry Coates, Private Herbert Coates, Trooper John Coates, Private John Coates, Private Joseph Chester Coates, Fusilier Ronald Coates, Flight Sergeant William Charles Coates, Rifleman William George Coates, Private Vernon C. Coates, Lance Corporal Charles Henry Cobb, Lance Corporal Percy Leonard Cobbold, Lance Corporal George R. Cobby, Lance Sergeant Albert Frederick Cobden, Corporal Jack Coburn, Sergeant Callum George Coburn, Gunner Gordon Ross Coburn, Lance Corporal Rudolph Albert Cockius, Lance Corporal Angus MacDonald Cochrane, Rifleman George Alexander Cochrane, Private Kenneth Gordon Cochrane, Lance Corporal Robert Victor Cochrane, Trooper Robin Cochrane, Private Walter John Cochrane, Private George Cockaday, Fusilier Leonard Cockayne, Captain Ernest Ennis Coburn, Private James William Coburn, Gunner John Alexander Gordon Coburn, Private Matthew Watson Coburn, Private Richard John Coburn, Private Robert Coburn, Private Walter John Coburn, Private George Frederick Cocker, Private John Cocker, Lance Sergeant Addison Cockrell, Private Jim Cockrell, Gunner Alfred Charles Cockett, Private Albert Cocking, Major Harold Charles Cocking, Private Horace Cocking, Lance Corporal James George Cockley, Private George Cockram, Private Barry Cox, Private John Henry Coxey, Private Walter Cockshott, Private John William Codd, Staff Sergeant James Frederick Coddington, Private Sidney Codling, Rifleman George Robert Coe, Private Harry William Coe, Corporal Joseph Henry Harry Coe, Private Ronald Coe, Corporal Walter Coe, Rifleman Dennis Coffey, Private Edwin Charles Coffin, Private Roland Coffin, Private Sidney Harold Cogin, Sapper Abraham Cohen, Private Abraham Cohen, Trooper Cyril S. Cohen, Lieutenant Lawrence Cohen, Private Lazarus Cohen, Captain Peter Cohen, Private Vincent Coyer, Private Dan Kojukar, Private Alfred John Coker, Trooper Charles Edmund Coker, Private Stanley Victor Coker, Lance Corporal Leslie Cokill, Lieutenant James Charles Colbeck Welsh, Private Ronald Arthur Colbran, Private Charles Alfred Caldecott, Private Malcolm Gordon Caldwell, Private Albert Edwin Cole, Trooper Arthur James Cole, Private Charles John Cole, Lieutenant Curtis McLam Cole, Guardsman Cyril Ernest Cole, Private Dudley Frederick Cole, Corporal Ernest Frederick Cole, Private Gordon George Cole, Lieutenant John Francis Cole, Lance Corporal John Roger Cole, Private Joseph George Cole, Rifleman Leonard Richard Cole, Private Norman Cyril Cole, Private Peter Cole, Trooper Sidney Cole, Rifleman Stanley Herbert Cole, Trooper Thomas William Cole, Lance Corporal Wilfred L. Cole, Sergeant George Thomas Coleclough, Private Alexander Coleman, Private Christopher Ernest Coleman, Second Lieutenant David Worsley Coleman, Rifleman Frank Ernest Coleman, Sergeant Frederick George Coleman, Corporal George William Coleman, Private Herbert Edward Coleman, Private James Harris Coleman, Driver Richard George Coleman, Fusilier William James Coleman, Private Edwin William Coles, Flight Sergeant Eric Charles Coles, Sapper Eric James Coles, Private George Ernest Coles, Lieutenant John Nicholas Moxie Coles, Gunner Richard Percy William Coles, Private Sidney Coles, Private Basil Robert Coley, Gunner James Colgate, Corporal Edward James Coll, Lieutenant William James Coll, Private Louis Joseph Collar, Lance Bombardier Alan Arkell Collicott, Lance Corporal Dennis Collard, Gunner John August Collard, Corporal Cyril College, Private Joseph College, Rifleman Ronald John Collin, Warrant Officer 2nd Class William Robert Collin, Private Peter Donald Collar, Private Nil Joseph Collett, Sapper Herbert Charles Collett, Private Jesse Stanley Jack Collett, Private John Lionel Collett, Private Robert George Collett, Private Robert John Collett, Private Henry Alexander Collett, Private Isaiah Colley, Trooper Ronald Joseph Colley, Private Stanley Alexander Colley, Private Albert Collier, Trooper Joseph Collier, Lance Sergeant Leonard Kitchener Collier, Driver Patrick Robert Collier, Lieutenant Walter Collier, Private Wilfred James Collier, Sergeant William Charles Collier, Lance Corporal William George Collier, Private Francois Collin, Rifleman Jack Trussell Dalgetty Collin, Sergeant Walter Collin, Trooper Raymond Collingham, Trooper Clarence Norman Leslie Collings, Private George William Collings, Corporal Harold George Collingwood, Trooper Alfred George Collins, Trooper Charles James Collins, Private Charles William Collins, Private Clifford Lloyd George St. John Collins, Signalman Cyril Brinley John Collins, Trooper Donald James Collins, Captain Douglas Jose Collins, Fusilier George Collins, Rifleman George James Arthur Collins, Private Henry Leonard Collins, Private Jack Collins, Corporal Jack Collins, Sergeant James Collins, Marine James Washington Collins, Trooper John Curl Hutchison Collins, Squadron Leader John Russell Collins, Lance Sergeant John Thomas Collins, Flying Officer Kenneth McRoberts Collins, Private Leslie Thomas Collins, Private Morris Collins, Private Norman A. Collins, Gunner Patrick Collins, Gunner Robert Morris Collins, Gunner Stanley Benjamin Collins, Rifleman Victor Patrick Gabriel Collins, Private Walter James Collins, Corporal Wesley Collins, Corporal William Verdun Collins, Lance Corporal Anthony Edward Collis, Sergeant John Albert Collis, Lieutenant Gordon Stanley Collison, Sergeant William Harris Collister, Lance Corporal Frank William Coleman, Gunner Kenneth Roy Collier, Private Wilfred Coleman, Private Crawford Colhoun, Signalman David Colhoun, Trooper Alfred Ernest Colson, Private John Colthurd, Private Henry Coltman, Fusilier George Colton, Private John William Colton, Guardsman Thomas Christopher Colton,